of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today. 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Hello and good evening. This is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Faustina Oputu. In the headlines, PDP NWC refers Benue State Governor Samuel Otom to disciplinary committee over alleged anti-party activities. Minister of State for Labour and Employment Festus Keyamo petitions DSS to arrest Peter Obi over alleged incitement and treasonable felony. Yaga Africa called on INEC to review legitimate concerns on conduct and declaration of 2023 election results. And on the foreign scene, ambassadors from Malta, Mozambique, Switzerland and UAE to prioritize peace and security at Security Council. Details shortly. And now the details of the news. The Defense Headquarters says no fewer than 201 kidnapped Nigerians have been rescued by troops in various operations in the last 2 weeks. The citizens were rescued during clearance operations conducted on terrorist hideouts in different locations in Borno and Kaduna states. The Director, Defense Media Operations, Major General Musa Danmadami, disclosed this in Abuja while briefing newsmen on the activities of the military in March. Dan Madami added that troops of Operation Wellstroke neutralized 14 terrorists, arrested 12 terrorist logistics suppliers, rescued 16 abducted civilians. He noted that cumulatively, within the period under review, troops in the Northwest Zone recovered some ammunition from the suspects. The National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party has referred Benue State Governor Samuel Otom to the National Disciplinary Committee over alleged involvement in anti-party activities. The PDP NWC, in a statement by its National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologunagba, also announced the suspension of Ayodele Fayose, Senator Pius Ayim, Professor Dennis Itiavia, and Aslam Aliyu with immediate effect. The statement revealed that the decision was taken after a very extensive review of the party affairs and pursuant to the provisions of the party's constitution. It, however, urged all leaders, critical stakeholders and teaming members of the PDP across the country to remain united and focused. Meanwhile, the Benue State Governor Samuel Otom has alleged that the federal government used the military to intimidate and harass voters during the just concluded gubernatorial elections in the state. The governor, who spoke while presiding over the State Executive Council meeting, said the election was militarized, alleging that armored tanks filled with soldiers were deployed to the state during the poll. Speaking on the outcome of the election, which did not favor his anointed candidate, Titus Uba of the People's Democratic Party, Otom said the party is currently gathering a comprehensive report from the polls, after which it would decide on the next line of action. The Kaduna state government has warned against any civil unrest in the state following the declaration of All Progressives Congress governorship candidate Uba Sani as the winner of the election by the Independent National Electoral Commission. The State Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, Samuel Aruan, who gave the warning in a tear's statement, disclosed that the government was in possession of a credible intelligence report that some politicians were about sponsoring unrest in the state. While saying that government was monitoring the situation, the commissioner warned parents against allowing their children or wards to be used for unruly acts in the state. He noted that the state would not spare any individual or group found to be behind any breakdown of law and order across the state. And a spokesperson for the All Progressives Congress Presidential Campaign Council, Festus Keyamo, has petitioned the Department of State Services asking the secret police to arrest Peter Obi, the candidate of the Labour Party in the just concluded presidential election. Keyamo, currently Minister of State for Labour and Employment, asked the DSS to arrest and prosecute Obi and his running mate Dati Ahmed over alleged incitement and treasonable felony. In the petition addressed to the Director General, State Services, and dated March 23, the minister opined that in a post-election period such as this, there is a need to soothe frayed nerves, lower the temperature, and begin the healing process. Keyamo noted that since the declaration of the presidential election results, Obi and his running mate have been hopping from one media house to the other, making incendiary comments and claims regarding the declaration of the president-elect Bola Tinubu by the Independent National Electoral Commission. The Osun State Governor, Senator Ademola Adeleke, and his immediate predecessor, Adegboyega Oyetola, will tomorrow know their fates in the dispute over the July 16 governorship election. The Court of Appeal in Abuja today announced that judgment in the legal battle would be handed down for the two warring parties tomorrow. The court had on March 14 reserved judgment in 3 appeals and a cross-appeal filed on the dispute over the governorship election. A 3-man panel of justices of the court, led by Justice Mohammed Shuaibu, after taking the final arguments from lawyers to the parties, had announced that Adeleke and Oyetola would be informed when the judgments are ready. The substantive appeals filed by Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke, his party, the People's Democratic Party, and the Independent National Electoral Commission are against the January 27 judgment of the Osun State Governorship Election Tribunal, which voided Adeleke's victory at the July 16, 2022 election. The House of Assembly candidate of the Boot Party for Obiakpo State Constituency 2, Frank Romeo, has narrated how he escaped death from thugs accompanied by men in police uniform in Ward 14 during the just concluded governorship and State House of Assembly elections. Romeo, who spoke from where he is currently taking treatment, said armed thugs numbering over 50 in company of men in police uniform, including a known senior police officer, invaded virtually all the polling units in Obiakpo, hijacked electoral materials and took them to a political leader in the local government. The Boot Party House of Assembly candidate for Obiakpo Constituency 2, in an interview with Today FM's Uchendu Ejowa, wants the Independent National Electoral Commission to explain where ballots were sorted before collation and announcements of results. Romeo, while claiming that elections in Obiakpo is inconclusive, insisted that INEC should either declare him winner because he was in a clear lead before the ballot hijack or cancel the process and have a rerun for the sake of justice and fairness.
This kind of election we had stories about that we have not witnessed is coming before me today in this present time. But what I want to say is that such election that has no conclusion cannot be called an election. Actually, election began. Most especially, let me take my ward, which is Ward 14, as a case study. Ward 14, Obiakpo Constituency 2, which is Eneka and Ropoko. Election began in Ward 14. But as at the middle part of the election, we saw unknown faces with white buses entering into units. And when they came to my own unit, they said they should stop the election and go over to the collation center. At the end of the day, they almost killed me to go with the ballot box, and they succeeded.
A non-governmental organization, Yaga Africa, has called on the Independent National Electoral Commission to review the cases where legitimate concerns are being raised on the conduct and declaration of results by collation and returning officers. Yaga Africa, which is saddled with the responsibility of watching the votes, specifically wants INEC to review cases, especially instances where result declarations contravene the election legal framework of the country. The representative of Yaga Africa, Obina Ebogidi, who read out the position of the group in Port Harcourt, called for immediate investigation and prosecution of collation and returning officers who engaged in the manipulation of results and flagrant violation of the guidelines on results collation. Ebogidi, who expressed concern over alleged denial of electorates as well as observers' access to voting and monitoring, stressed the need for a comprehensive audit of the 2023 general elections in order to rekindle public confidence and ensure accountability for operational lapses.
Because in states like Rivers, unruly party agents interfered with the collation process. They more or less hijacked the entire election results management process. In some wards and LGAs in Rivers State, for instance, accredited Yaga Africa observers were denied access to observe the process. Hence, it is imperative that INEC should, in line with Section 64 of the 2022 Electoral Act, review cases where legitimate concerns have been raised on the conduct and declaration made by collation and returning officers, especially instances where results declaration contravened the election legal framework of the country. We also call for an immediate investigation and prosecution of collation and returning officers who engaged in results manipulation and flagrant violations of the guidelines on results collation.
This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. After the break, more news, sports and foreign stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
It's 11 minutes gone past 6. You're still listening to the World News on your premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Eze Samuel Kinikawa Nyegwa of Rumaholo community in Obiakwa local government area of Rivers State has commended Governor Nyesom Wike for his infrastructural development in the area. Kinikawa Nyegwa particularly mentioned the rehabilitation of community secondary school and roads being reconstructed under the current administration. The Rumaholo traditional leader also commended the chairman of Ikwere Local Government Council for his intervention in a land tussle that has lingered for so long, saying that intervention has restored peace between Alu, Rumekini, Rumosi and Rumaholo communities. He encouraged the incoming governor to learn from the administration of Governor Nyesom Wike in promoting peace, infrastructural development and respect for the rule of law.
We wish to congratulate our amiable governor, Eze Nyesom Wike. He's a dogged fighter. I am standing to tell him that the people of Rumaholo and Rumokoro at large, even join with the River State. With our own understanding, he will continue to have long life, prosperity, both himself and his family. He's a leader. He's a man that whatever he says, he always perfects it. River State today are peaceful. It is because we have a governor like His Excellency, Eze Nyesom Wike. Indeed, I've emulated a lot from him, right from when he was the chairman of local government of Obiakpo. Up to this time.
The Petroleum Product Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria has congratulated the River State Secretary of Petron, AGK Jonathan Nabuihe, as he turns 48 years. Jonathan Nabuihe was celebrated today by members of Petron as well as members of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria. Speaking at his birthday celebration, Jonathan Nabuihe expressed gratitude to God for life and his accomplishments at 48, especially looking back at his contemporaries.
Oh, wow, today is a celebration of life. A lot of people died even in their mother's womb. A lot of people were flushed out, but God gave me the grace to be in the land of the living. So it's a thing worth celebrating. Wow, I was telling someone that birthday is not only a day of sober reflection, but it's also a day that we'll look at, count our blessings, name them one by one, bearing in mind what God has done for us is numerous. I can't count it. My family being in the land of the living is a thing of joy. Yesterday I was 47. Today I'm 48. It's the grace of God. It's not by might. It's not by strength, but the grace of God. I will tell you that I have achieved not almost all the good, but to a large extent, God has been grateful to me.
Some petroleum marketers, including the acting chairman of IPMAN in Rivers State, Uaneko Dominic, described Jonathan Nabuihe as a jolly good fellow, a focused, intelligent, and a great colleague in the petroleum downstream sector.
He's a friend we know so much in our industry. When I say industry, the oil and gas industry downstream, particularly IPMAN. As I speak, I'm currently the acting chairman of IPMAN, and I will tell you, I know my member, which he is one of them. It's been a very serious-minded individual, a very good, jolly fellow, a responsive man.
Wow, it's a wonderful day for my bosom friend, turn brother, Maze Ejike, our secretary for patron, Port Harcourt unit. He's a wonderful person, and I wish him more good years.
The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria says the failure of the federal government to fix the Port Harcourt refinery, despite repeated promises, is an indication of its insincerity and lack of commitment. The IPMA chairman in Rivers State, Joseph Ubele, who made this known, alleged that the federal government cannot be trusted anymore with ensuring the refinery begins operation this year, as certain persons in Nigeria are comfortable importing petrol because of personal interests. Obele also said Nigeria as a nation should be ashamed that it is the only critical member of Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries without a functional refinery.
The Minister of State for Petroleum did promise Nigerians that the Port Harcourt refinery will commence operations by December 2022. He failed. He said by first quarter of 2023, the refinery will commence operation. He failed also. Now he is saying that the refinery will commence operation by second quarter of 2023. They are not committed to seeing the Port Harcourt or Nigerian-owned refineries functional. They are so comfortable importing from the international market because they have shares in those foreign refineries owned by their business partners. It will take a corrupt-free government to make our refineries functional. Then the persistent fuel scarcity will be a thing of the past. Nigeria is the only critical member of OPEC nation without a functional refinery. We should be ashamed of that status as a nation.
And on the foreign scene, ambassadors from Malta, Mozambique, Switzerland, and the United Arab Emirates have announced a joint commitment to prioritize climate, peace, and security during their respective terms at the Security Council. The permanent representative of Mozambique, Pedro Afonso, appealed for the Security Council to meet its responsibilities. Afonso pleaded with Security Council to take up its responsibility to recognize and take appropriate action in response to climate change. The 15 pledges, which cover a range of council functions, serve a shared goal among the countries for the council to address the risks and adverse effects of climate change that are relevant to its mandate to maintain international peace and security. And in sports, Rangers head coach Abdul Maikaba has blamed poor decision by the center referee for his team's 1-0 defeat to Rivers United. The title holders halted the Flying Antelopes' 3-game unbeaten streak in Nigeria Premier Football League at the Adoki Amiesmaka Stadium, Port Harcourt. Nyema Mwagwa scored the decisive goal on 63rd minutes. Rangers wasted a number of chances to level the score in the game. Maikaba stated that the referee was at fault for the goal. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The NWC of the PDP has referred Benue State Governor Samuel Otom to its National Disciplinary Committee over his alleged involvement in anti-party activities. The Minister of State for Labour and Employment, Festus Keyamo, has petitioned the DSS to arrest Peter Obi over alleged incitement and treasonable felony. We told you that Yaga Africa has called on INEC to review all legitimate concerns on the conduct and declaration of 2023 election results. And on the foreign scene, you also heard that ambassadors from Malta, Mozambique, Switzerland, and UAE have announced a joint commitment to prioritize climate, peace, and security during their respective terms at Security Council. That was the news. It's edited by Stella Sasongo. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Faustina Oputu. Good evening. Thanks for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
doesn't like to have a warm welcome home after work? Get the best viewing pleasure on TV from your number one entertainment destination, DSTV and GoTV. Keep abreast of current happenings with the news channels, both local and international. Follow all your favorite sports action on Super Sports and the movies or series on Africa Magic. Not forgetting the Kids channel. If you don't have it, don't feel left out. Get a DSTV HD decoder now for only 16,500 Naira and get 1 month free compact subscription. Or you can choose to get the GoTV decoder for 9,900 Naira with free 1 month GoTV Max subscription. Step into any multi-choice or dealer office to get a new entertainment box. If you already have a decoder, this is the best time to be on DSTV or GoTV. Hurry now to reconnect your decoder to keep up to date with all the election news, Champions League, Big Brother Titans, Premier League, telenovelas, or Nigeria series on Africa Magic. There's something for everyone. Get or reconnect your DSTV or GoTV decoder now.
Exit of a virtuous mother with the families of late Mr. Ruben Boyi of Omo Obizu, Iba Town, and late Chief James Wejian Lerum of Omigwo, both in Emoha local government area of Rivers State, announced the passing unto glory of our mother, wife, mother-in-law, sister, auntie, grandmother, and great-grandmother, late Ezine Agnes Ego Ruben Wejian, aged 105 years. Funeral arrangements, Friday 24th March 2023, 5 p.m. Service of songs at her husband's compound in Omobizu, Iba Town. Saturday 25th March, 7 a.m. Body leaves University of Port Harcourt Teaching Hospital, Hospital Mortuary, Choba for a brief stopover at her father's compound. 8 a.m. Line in state at her husband's compound. 10 a.m. Funeral service at Holy Trinity Anglican Church, Iba. Interment follows immediately after the funeral service at her husband's compound. Sunday, March 26th, Thanksgiving service at Holy Trinity Anglican Church, Iba. Signed, Chukwemeka Ruben for the family. May a gentle soul rest in the bosom of the Lord. Amen.
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM, and the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest. The newspaper review segment is what we've
got. Now who says I can't bring the party to your house right now? Because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio. People.
Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
Thomas Edison, who lived from 1847 to 1931, was quoted as saying in 1890 that non-violence leads to the highest ethics, which is the goal of all evolution. Until we stop harming all other living beings, we are still savages. Encourage peace in the city and report violence. Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not harm. Thou shalt not be violent. This message is brought to you by the voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Every child deserves to be happy. Every child deserves to laugh. Years after Nigeria adopted international prohibitions on child labor into law, millions of children in the country are still engaged in child labor activities. The International Labour Organization estimates that about 25% of Nigeria's 80 million children under the age of 14 are now in the workforce. Every child deserves a childhood. Let us all rise in every hood to give every child, regardless creed, belief, or tribe, a pleasant childhood filled with laughter. This message is brought to you by the voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Some people will carry human head in their boots and they will not charge them because they are collecting bribe.
When they go collect salary, then go say government need to pay them bribe.
All these taxi drivers safe. They don't even get papers. Even driver's license safe, they no get.
Hey, you back there.
Hold on,
their cars are in bad shape, very, very bad shape. They have no ethics of driving. That is why they will continue to bribe so that they can have their way.
I could shoot you down. I will shoot you. Headlight, you no get. Side mirror, you no get. Motorway to carry animal. Now you take put for road to carry human being. You don't even wind the motor when rain they fall. You no get conscience at all. Jake, you be number 15. You be number 5. More than no forget una number.
Let's allow them do their job. Do not obstruct justice by giving or taking bribe. Avail yourself a check. Even you, Oga driver, stop reckless driving and always update your papers. This information
is brought to you by Today95.1 FM.
Voice of the people.
Officer, give me change. Now 1,000 I give you.
Every day, we hear reports about counterfeit products, stories of fake drugs, food, expired goods and other consumables being manufactured, imported and sold to unsuspecting members of the public. Findings reveal that Africa records at least 100,000 deaths from fake drugs-related ailments yearly. These fake and substandard products, particularly drugs, have been considered a global threat to human lives. And despite efforts by authorized agencies in Nigeria to combat the menace, the Nigerian market remains flooded with different unwholesome products. This is a plea to all those who manufacture and sell these goods to desist. Stop this menace of counterfeit products. Let's place value on human lives. And should you have purchased a counterfeit product or unsatisfied with the product, please contact SON or Consumer Protection Agency. This message is powered by Today95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
The degradation, challenges and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
a better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
For crying out loud, why should you leave me at this point in time?
Oh
I really live my life now.
I couldn't do a thing like that to me. What on earth did I do to this?
Suicide is a practice that is fast gaining dominance in Nigeria. Suicide is the intentional act of taking one's life. Within the first quarter of 2017 alone, many Nigerians have subscribed to suicide as a means to escaping depression, severe anxiety, acute stress, terminal diseases, lack of money or hope for survival, mental disorder, or even a heartbreak. The World Health Organization revealed that no fewer than 1 million people die annually from suicide, which represents a global mortality rate of 16 people per 100,000, or 1 death in every 40 seconds. It is also a fact that approximately 10 to 20 million people attempt suicide every year. But is anything worth dying for?
Oh,
Suicide is a major public health concern, but it is preventable. Talk to someone when you feel depressed. You can also prevent others from a suicide attempt by contacting the Nigerian Suicide Prevention Initiative on 080-621-06493 or 080-921-06493. Choose to live today because life is beautiful. This message is powered by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Ain't no debating on it. I'm still levitated, I'm heavily medicated. Ironic, I gave him love and they end up hating on me. She told me she loved me and she been waiting. Been fighting hard for your love and I'm running thin on my patience. Need someone to hug, even took it back to the basics. You see what you got me out here doing? Might have threw me off, but can't nobody stop the movement. Let's go. Left foot, right foot, levitating. Pop stars, do a leap with the baby. I had to lace my shoes for all the blessings I was chasing. If I ever slip, I fall into a better situation. So catch up, go put some cheese on it, get out and get your bread up. They always leave when you fall, but you run together. Weight of the world on my shoulders, I kept my head up. Now baby, stand up, cause girl, you want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm levitating. The Milky Way, we're renegading. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah, 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 yeah. My love is like a rocket with your blast off, and I'm feeling so electric, times when I stop. And even if I wanted to, I can't stop. Yeah, 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 yeah. My love is like a rocket with your blast off, and I'm feeling so electric, times when I stop. And even if I wanted to, I can't stop. Yeah, 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 yeah. You want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm levitating. The Milky Way, we're renegading. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma dey match am. They go.
What? You bribing the officer of the law? You're under arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrest me yesterday. That yesterday, I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too, make you do wetin dey right. For we country to better, it dey for we hand. If you like, do like say you know hear am. To give or to take bribe, now offense.
I don't hear am, abi. You hear am too, abi. you hear am. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. They hear am. Now the voice of the people. Now him bring this message give me. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
backseat, you know, one fellow clubbing, what they do, all of the aura. You know, follow me around my race. Relax, they done the crazy. You know, they look their faces. Right now, I don't feel like it. Daddy, daddy, go wallet. Mommy, mommy, go wallet. 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 Me go to want to submit the king. Nítorí pé wọ́n bá mi lórí speaker kìkì. Àwọn ọmọ pé yàgbà lórí blackberry pinky. Àwọn tó ti darúgbó they say what are you singing? Mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Jésù. Wọ́n kó mi jẹ bí àmàlà àti ewédú. Ẹni mi sọ fẹ́ ní wọn pa mí but wọ́n èèfù. Mi ò ṣọmọ kékeré wọn gbé mi ní gírèdù. My guy, innocent whether you like me or not. If you don't like me, my brother no be by force. Gone are those days we dey wear the same clothes. Home town dada plus my man said they talk. Waiting is up. When I dey hustle you dey live lollipop. Yeah, now you dey bomb Robocop. Man, now to the reality must come out. Make you no follow me around my race. Relax, they done the crazy. You know they look their faces. Right now I don't feel like it. Daddy, daddy, go wallet. Mommy, mommy, go wallet. 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 Internationally, 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 internationally. You know me, you wanna. Someone close with me, Mr. Lover Lover. I'm up in the backseat, you know, one fellow clubbing, what they do, all of the aura. You know, follow me around my race. Relax, they done the crazy. We know they look their face. Right now, I don't feel like it. You know, follow me around my race. Relax, they done the crazy. We know they look their face. Right now, I don't feel like it. Daddy, daddy, go wallet. Mommy, mommy, go wallet. 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 Let the old things pass away. Or a mirror land so bad.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
To carry news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the name is the one who made the public know about
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM. And the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest. A newspaper review segment is what we've
Now
got.
who says I can't bring the party to your house right now? Because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio.
Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
Today 95.1 FM. Davey Door again. Like I said, I'll be touching all the hit songs that's given us way back before this time. Anyways, welcome to the show. Entertainment recap right here on Today 95.1 FM. Cold Thursday evening right here in PH City. My name is Dave Roberts, your favorite guy on radio. Dripping with opulence. Call me your radio muse. Call me Big Dave right here on Today 95.1 FM. Super excited to be here again with you. And it's a Thursday, so yes, as you know, we are going to be to the movies, and we get to find out what's happening in the movie space tonight. Before that, I want to prank someone on the show tonight, okay? It's been a while. It's been a while I did something really naughty, so I'll be doing that on the show, probably at the end of the show. All right, let's move on. Happy birthday, shout out to you if you're celebrating your birthday today. Congratulations. We're really super excited for you. Congratulations. If you are celebrating something special today, of course, we want to say congratulations, all right? Going to short break. When I get back, it's going to be prank time. All right, let's do some wicked things, okay? I'm going to be pranking someone. It's a birthday today, and then I will be heading straight to the movies you want to check out this weekend. You don't want to miss it for anything. Stick around. It's still Today 95.1 FM.
Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
It's a triple experience on this frequency. Talk, news, and sports. Right here, every day on Today 95.1 FM. The voice of the people.
Tell me what you want. I can be your friend. I can be your muse. Call my name and I'll be there. Do you know me? Do you know me? I am
Dave Roberts, your favorite guy on radio.
Can love you better. Through the stormy weather.
Catch me when you can.
Cause you're Peter Pan. Get no landing never. Have you ever felt this? Love someone else?
Okay. Welcome back. Entertainment recap right here on Today 95.1 FM. Such a beautiful Thursday evening. It's cold, it's cozy, and it's the best time to play a prank on someone because it's her birthday. All right, so I'm going to be pranking Gloria. All right, hope she isn't listening. Let me just do this one time for the birthday girl. All right, let's see if it works.
The number is not with.
No, this must work tonight. Come on, Dave. What's happening? This must work. I mean, I have to do this.
The number is.
All right, so it's official. I'll give this a try again. This person might be just listening, and the person is like, "Oh, Dave, this is what you want to give to me as my birthday gift. You want to prank me? I will still try it. I would make sure it works." This wouldn't go anywhere. But anyways, we'll take you through the movies you would expect this weekend. A lot of movies out there, and trust me, I'll be giving you the best ones that you should check out this weekend. All right, so let's take a quick break. When I return, we'll head straight to the cinema. The cinema segment. I'll let you know the movies that have been trending. Like I said, I saw Brothers for the very first time yesterday. The one that stars Toby Bakary and Fowles. Okay, now the movie itself is wonderful. It's wonderful. I love the fact that Nigerians are gradually taking it to the next level. Now, if you thought every other Nigerian movie, if they shoot someone, the person would fall down and then say, "I am dead," you know how it is to be that type. You shoot someone, the bullet gets to the person after the person is dead and stuff like that. It's totally different right now. The CGI effect on the movies, absolutely exceptional, okay? So I'll give you the movies you would definitely want to check out this weekend on the Movie Bus. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. It's still Today 95.1 FM. My name is Dave Roberts. I'll be right back.
You're about to listen to
Get ready! It's the world of broadcasting as Today 95.1 FM brings you entertainment, information, education as they unfold every day.
Today 95.1 FM.
Do you know that I'm necessarily mentioned? Do you think I used to climb some tree alone in this video?
So, and you say you've not benefited anything from Nigeria.
What was the favorite Nigerian movie growing up? 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
It took time.
Conspiracy. Today 95.1 FM. Don't touch that dial. Make sure you are tuned to your numero uno.
Tell me, where's your money now?
Why,
All right. Welcome back. It's still Today 95.1 FM. Like I said, I will be giving you the movies you would definitely want to see this weekend in the cinema. Now, if you're a big fan of movies, if you think your week is not complete without seeing one movie or the other, I would just suggest some for you. Now, the movies I'll be giving to you, some of them are movies I personally have seen, all right, and the others I may not have seen them, so just take it from me as it is. You may have your own personal opinion to the movie or your own personal preference to the movie, but I think, and I feel the ones I'm going to give to you, those ones are practically wonderful, all right? So you want to go see them with your kids, your family members, your friends, anyone you want to see it with, okay? All right, who's ready for me? Ready. Let's go. Let's start with this particular one.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
When the weather becomes strict and everything becomes unsteady, the only way to go is tune to Today 95.1 FM. And the world of information, entertainment, and education will be served as breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Welcome to the show. You're listening to today's Quest, a newspaper review segment is what we've
Now,
got.
guys, I can't bring the party to your house right now because, even if it's raining, I still bring the heat right here.
I am here for you, and I know you are here for me.
It is surely the best 15 minutes of football you can find anywhere on radio.
the gig. Back here in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. Today, 95.1 FM. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best.
So yeah, I tried to make this work. I mean, my village people probably are somewhere just tapping some buttons and listening to me and saying, "Oh, Dave, are you sure you want to do this tonight?" Because, why would I be expecting why would I be having some technical glitches right now when I'm meant to give you the movies? If it's not something from the village people themselves, shout out to you guys, but you guys are messing up my show, all right? Anyways, let's see if we could give this a try again. Apologies. Let's see if we could give this a try again. And if it doesn't work, we might just have to postpone to next week. All right, so some of them are coming up right now. Okay, all right. So since we are out of time, I'll just share one. This is for the kids, but this time it has this very bloody, gory, horrific vibe to it. It's called Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Now, if you know that movie or that child animation cartoon and stuff like that, it's called Winnie the Pooh. It's an anime series. It has this animated thing, but now I think they've dramatized it and given it this horror feel. All right, so check out Winnie the Pooh, and it's called Blood and Honey. Enjoy it. I'll be right back to sign out and probably give our birthday celebrant one more call again.
first person I ever shown this place to.
Why am I so special?
Because soon we'll be Christopher and Mary Robin. You should be close now.
We're not going to find them.
We will. Pooh, Piglet, Eeyore, we were friends for many years, and they're out now.
Christopher, we need to leave. Now.
I really need to find out what's happened there, okay?
This place is kind of cold. Did you say I was a pool? We need to go.
All right. I know you're already feeling the suspense. Okay, so go check out that movie, Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. That's a different variation to the childhood drama series we used to, the anime series we used to know. All right, it's time for me to go. I'm sorry, really sorry we can't make this work again. The birthday person is not still picking up, so yes, congratulations, happy birthday, Gloria, coming from your friend Kelvin. And right here on Today 95.1 FM, we want to wish you a special birthday celebration. Do have yourself a wonderful evening. Stick around at the top of the hour. Area Talk will be up next. And you can share with us exactly what has been happening in your environment, everything that has been happening, would like to know and hear from you. Imagine that, Star Plus. It's still Throwback Thursday, so let's imagine some kind of wonderful things, okay? Do have yourself a wonderful evening. My name is Dave Roberts. Hello, Today 95.1 FM on socials. On Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, it's Today FM 951. And for my personal handle, it's David Melford Roberts. Do enjoy the rest of the evening. Stick around.
Everybody move your body now. Forget about the blue day. Everybody move your body now. Tomorrow is a good day. Everybody move your body now. Forget about the blue day. Everybody move your body now. Tomorrow is a good day. Imagine that, àfìgbà tó ṣe dandan pé kò ṣe mọ́. Imagine that, pẹ̀lú gbogbo ìfẹ́ tí mo ti fi fún. Imagine that, kí ló fẹ́ kó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi tó bá lọ. Imagine that, tó bá lọ. Imagine that, imagine that, imagine that, àfìgbà tó ṣe dandan pé kò ṣe mọ́. Imagine that, pẹ̀lú gbogbo ìfẹ́ tí mo ti fi fún. Imagine that, kí ló fẹ́ kó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi tó bá lọ. Imagine that, tó bá lọ. Imagine that, imagine that, imagine that. Every time I try to settle down and have a wife, every time I fail to make them smile, and every time I try not to make them cry, they turn and say goodbye. The very first girl really had the worst words for me. She told me I was such a loser, and that's why she was gonna break up with me. Everybody, can you imagine that? Àfìgbà tó ṣe dandan pé kò ṣe mọ́. Imagine that, gbogbo ìfẹ́ tí mo ti fi fún. Imagine that, kí ló fẹ́ kó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi tó bá lọ. Imagine that, tó bá lọ. Imagine that, imagine that, imagine that, àfìgbà tó ṣe dandan pé kò ṣe mọ́. Imagine that, pẹ̀lú gbogbo ìfẹ́ tí mo ti fi fún. Imagine that, kí ló fẹ́ kó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi tó bá lọ. Imagine that, tó bá lọ. Tell me why my sun was always darkened into rain. Tell me why my heart must feel such pain, and why it's so hard for me to explain the way my soul feels pain. The very last girl said she knew I'd be ashamed of her. She said that I should please forgive her, but that she was having another man's baby girl. Everybody, can you imagine that? Àfìgbà tó ṣe dandan pé kò ṣe mọ́. Imagine that, gbogbo ìfẹ́ tí mo ti fi fún. Imagine that, kí ló fẹ́ kó ṣẹlẹ̀ sí mi tó bá lọ. Imagine that, tó bá lọ. Imagine that,
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
And
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
A lovely Thursday evening to you. Welcome to the very last edition of Area Talk for the week. I mean, it felt like yesterday was Monday, and just now we are on Tuesday. Oh, Thursday, really. Oh, God, TT. Thursday. Today is Thursday.
Too much thinking about cash.
No. I'm not. Okay. I am. I mean, we need to think about cash. We need to. We need it for different things. And it's not been easy. It's not been easy. I felt like, okay, since the elections are over and since the deadline has been extended to the end of the year, we'll just be seeing cash flow everywhere. But that's not the case. Because sometimes we need to, we just look for the cash. You go to, I can't remember the last time I've been to the
POS, ATM. Okay.
No, ATM.
You know the thing with how...
And bank.
My fear is at the end of all this would still remain with the charges we know now, which is 300 naira for 1,000 naira.
Oh, some people charge 200 naira.
Now it's 200.
Yeah,
well,
some people. Some still go for 300.
I'm still skeptical that we wouldn't have people come back to the 50 naira and 100 naira. But I've started seeing some POS agents, yes, okay. on back to their shops. I've started seeing some people doing transactions. So, well, let's see and hope that before maybe the first half of the year is over, we might have been able to stabilize. The ones who do more online transactions would start, coming back to using cash. But remember, the CBN and the federal government have an agenda, which is reduce the circulation of cash, in the system,
right,
the economic system. So we wouldn't see that amount of money, in circulation, or the previous, huge amounts of money in circulation again.
Yeah, but that shouldn't mean that when we want the money, the ones that they can give us, even if it's 10,000 naira that they want to give us, we should be able to have access to the 10,000 naira, yes. But and for some of the POS operators that are back, some don't have cash. They're just there to make their transfers and everything. I noticed, like 2 of them. Do you have cash?
No, I just wanted to transfer.
Okay. You don't have cash. Why did you come back to business, really? But like I mentioned earlier, it's been a while I've been to the bank because I hate banking halls. Except it's very, very, very important.
Except you want to see the manager.
And speak English.
Yes. Christina.
Yes, that's when
I want to see your manager.
Yeah.
How can you keep my money pending for such a long time?
Yes, that's when I can go to the bank.
Wow, wonderful.
Aside that, no, nothing would take me there. Aside serious issues. And ATM, well, I can't remember the last time, I've been to the ATM stand, to use the ATM.
It's been like 3 to 4 years.
For you?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's a long time ago.
Very long time ago.
That's a very long time ago.
I can't remember when last we did that.
But it's just been the POS operators. Well, like you said, in Nigeria, most times prices, when they go up, they don't come back down. They don't come back down. And because some people have been charging, some people charge 500 naira for 1,000 naira. But for now, I don't think there's anyone who's charging 500 naira for 1,000 naira. I don't think so. But I've seen people charging 300 naira for 1,000 naira. I've seen 200 naira for 1,000 naira. I've seen that. But I don't know. It seems like they still have issues with the banks. I mean, you go to the banks and you have crowds, so it's not easy getting the cash from the banks. But it's not as tedious as it used to be. So why not revert to the old price, the old charges that you were charging before all of this came? Because I know it's really not easy, but it's easier than before.
It's easier than before, yes.
So you can go to the bank,
but it's still stressful.
Still stressful.
So I think
they're charging for stress.
They're still charging for the stress because you wouldn't go to the bank, spend your whole day, and come back with 10,000 naira, and you're giving someone 1,000 naira for 100 naira or 150 or 200. So I think they're still stressed. They're still going through difficult times, especially when it comes to getting money from the bank. They don't have too much money.
Do you think it's fair enough? Charge it now, 300 naira, 200 naira.
I don't think it's fair. 30% of my money, I don't think it's fair.
It's not fair.
So what I think more people should start doing now is get back, to the online banking systems. I know we have been having issues. If I start mentioning the names of banks.
Oh God, Orange Boys, Orange Boys.
They are.
Orange Boys.
The whole of today, I couldn't use my app.
Oh, really?
The whole of today, I couldn't use my app. The one... should I? No. There's this big...
Give them
there's this big red... Yeah, there's this big red one. There are two red ones.
Yeah.
The very big one. The red one.
Okay.
That is celebrating something now. The old guy is celebrating. That one. Someone literally called me and said, please, can you call a friend there to help me? My money is stuck. I can't do anything. So that's also given a problem. And then generally, more and more people are now using online platforms for their transactions. And time would come. There have been predictions that in the next 30 to 40 years, we wouldn't see physical banking structures anymore. Everything would be online. Some even say 10 years from now, we wouldn't see physical banking structures. So have it at the back of your mind that it will come, and it will come, whether you like it or not.
So be prepared.
Time is coming where you go to the bank, and in fact, you can't go to the bank because the bank is on your phone.
Yeah.
You open the app. That app grants you access to open an account. That app grants you access to withdraw your money, deposit money.
Customer care.
Everything would be on your phone.
So, I mean, it's going to take away all the drama.
Yes,
that would take away all the drama. When you get to the banking hall and you're really pissed, and all you want to do is speak English.
Vent.
Speak English.
And for some people, get naked and take away their clothes.
So how are you going to
and climb counters?
So how would they go about doing that now? You climb your phone.
Yeah, you have to. Probably.
Or you make a video of yourself and you send to the bank.
What they do now, and I think if you have a bank problem, that's why you should use social media. If you have a bank problem, especially on Twitter, by the time you go on Twitter, this is how I'll give you the update. You get on Twitter, you look at the trends. You see maybe who is trending today? Maybe Peter Obi is trending. You get into that trend, find the tweets with the highest engagements. I'm talking about 500,000, 1 million. Go to that tweet and comment. Faustina Bank PLC, pay me my money. Immediately, Faustina, it doesn't take about 10 seconds. It's almost like an automated response. Immediately they would come, please, what's the problem? And then you come to the comment section and drop your issues there. And immediately your problems are rectified.
But when doing that, you need to be very careful. You need to take cognizance of what's it now? If that account responding to you is verified.
It's verified, yes. Most of the times.
The very first people who would come are the scammers.
Well.
Yeah, it happened to me before. Yes, I didn't go to any comment. I just made a post about it, tagging a certain bank. And then immediately they came. And I
knew.
I didn't know at that point. Yeah, so I went inbox and we're talking about the issue. And all of a sudden I'm like, okay, no, wait. Just wait. Hold up. I went to check and I didn't see the tick.
You don't see the blue
I
tick.
didn't see it. I'm like, okay.
Alaye people.
Okay.
They have come.
Okay. And that bank, till this very moment, the original account hasn't come to say anything.
Are you serious?
Nothing.
So Faustina just made a very quick point there.
Yeah. And it happened to someone who was I speaking with. Same thing. I think it was it Eval or someone else? I think so. But a colleague here.
Check. When you go and drag them on socials, especially on Twitter, hear me, not on Instagram, not on Facebook, on Twitter.
Yeah.
On Twitter.
It's very...
You would see the verification badge there. It's either blue
No, I think they have
gold.
Yeah.
Yes, it's either blue. Some banks don't have gold. So it's either blue, gold, white, any of these verified badges. Just know that it's from the bank.
Yes.
All right. And then when you see the account, you'd know that this account has been existing for a number of years, say 2010 to 2023. It's a long time. Get there and sort out your issues. If not, sometimes you would have your money hanging for someone who's in the air. Like, can it just drop? It's my money.
Yeah.
You didn't have a problem with debiting me that amount of money. You didn't have your issues. But, credit the account I sent it to. It's still a problem. So, when you have those issues, even the online banking systems still have those problems also. But I think the best way you can do it, instead of going to the bank, spending your whole day looking at the face of someone who will tell you, please, manager is busy, or go and queue on that, go and stand on that queue.
After this office, get to the next one.
Just go on Twitter and drag them. I'm giving you the permission, but use light, polite words, okay? Don't start abusing people.
No.
Just say...
No, just tell them your problem and tag them.
I saw one tweet, and in that tweet, all the comments, I saw MTN, I saw Glow, I saw 9Mobile, I saw UVA, I saw GT. Everybody was there responding, we'll get back to you. One person's tweet. Everybody with problems came there, and you're like, someone even called that PHCN, PHED. Okay. You saw that one? That his meat he bought.
Okay, you told me about it.
3 days ago. It's bad. He dropped his account number there. That he should respond. PHED came with the official handle and said, how is your account related to us? I said, my meat I bought. You didn't give me light for 3 days. It's bad. I need my money back. 90. I don't want so use those platforms to get their attention. And, we are hoping. And another thing is, people should understand. I have a problem with Nigerians not taking it easy with other people. You do a transaction, and obviously you're not the person who would carry the money out of your phone and put it into the person's phone.
Yeah.
Please wait. Exercise patience. The money is coming. I am not the one who held the money somewhere.
I think we don't have as many patient people.
God, Faustina.
We ought to have.
It's a very bad problem.
I mean, I don't know, but for some people, they were like, okay, I've been waiting for this money and it has to drop. And some people don't trust the next person. Okay, I tell you, I've had the money. And like, okay, are you sure? Are you sure? Or you're just whining me?
Shady whine me.
Or you're just posting me. Anyway, this is Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM. My name is Faustina Oputu. Dave Roberts is right here. And we are going to do this from now up until 9 p.m. When we're going to pave the way for opinion poll. Gloria Kati will be right here to take you on that one. But Area Talk is a time where we get to take a look at the eyewitness report in your area. You be our eyewitness reporter on the streets, in your community, wherever it is you're listening to us from. What is going on in your area? Okay? We want to know the issues you're faced with in your area. We're not talking about family issues now, okay? Personal issues. We're talking about issues that the government can come in to help you. If you've got bad roads in your community, feel free to call and let us know. Be it an electricity problem, let's know about it. All of the issues, dilapidated school buildings. Yes, we want to know about all of those. If your problem is lack of healthcare facilities in your community or in your clan, we want to know about all of these issues, okay? The government is listening, all right? So once you call, I mean, it's not, we don't have a magic wand, okay? So it might take a lot of time for them to respond to your needs or come to your aid, but that shouldn't deter you from calling and talking about your issues. If you've been listening to the show, a lot of people will call to say, well, I've been calling on this show for a very long time, and finally,
our prayers have been answered.
Yeah, prayers have been answered. So we get those kinds of testimonies on the show. So if you called once or twice, and nothing is happening in your area, don't be deterred, okay? Don't let that deter you. Don't let that stop you from calling in and talking about the issues. We need to talk about all of these issues. We want development, right? We want development in all 23 local government areas of the state. So wherever you are, whatever issues you're faced with, basic amenities you're lacking, this is the time to pick up your phones and let us know what is going on in your area. And in addition to that, you can let us know what the traffic situation is in your area. We want to know. You can, by doing that, you could be helping someone, okay? Someone who is still in the office and probably, getting set to go home. If you call in and tell us the traffic situation, maybe that's the person's route. Maybe there's a gridlock. The person would take alternative route, so you've helped his soul. You've saved his soul.
Yes, you have.
So yeah, you would have saved his soul.
From getting stuck in traffic and wishing he didn't come out today. Has that happened to you before?
Yes.
When last did it happen?
I think that was last year. It was sometime in, I think it was July. I was going to town. And then it rained. It rained. And I'm like, initially I didn't want to go. But I'm like, okay, let me just go. And I went. Oh boy. I sat. I'm like, okay.
Why did I even come out today in the first place?
And I mean, all of the, what they would call Nkoroways, they were all blocked. And I sat there. I'm like, oh God. That was a terrible experience. I don't like sitting in traffic for a very long time, right? I don't like it. It's not good for my health, as
I know as a very fresh, young,
you got it,
stressless.
You got it. So before we get on to taking your eyewitness report, remember we do take a look at some stories in the bulletin, and I've got one looking or staring right at me. We're just going to take a look at the story. And okay, I think we need to go for a commercial break at 7:30. But before then, let me go through the story, okay? The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria says the failure of the federal government to fix the Port Harcourt refinery Once again, we're talking about refineries. Despite repeated promises, is an indication of its insincerity and lack of commitment. Now, the IPMAN chairman in Rivers State, Joseph Obele, who made this known, alleged that the federal government cannot be trusted anymore with ensuring the refinery begins operation this year, as certain persons in Nigeria are comfortable importing petrol because of personal interests. Obele also said Nigeria as a nation should be ashamed that it is the only critical member of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries without a functional refinery. Take a listen to him and we will be right back.
The Minister of State for Petroleum did promise Nigerians that the Port Harcourt refinery will commence operations by December 2022. He failed. He said by first quarter of 2023, the refinery will commence operation. He failed also. Now he is saying that the refinery will commence operation by second quarter of 2023. They are not committed to seeing the Port Harcourt or Nigerian-owned refineries functional. They are so comfortable importing from the international market because they have shares in those foreign refineries owned by their business partners. It will take a corrupt-free government to make our refineries functional. Then the persistent fuel scarcity will be a thing of the past. Nigeria is the only critical member of OPEC nation without a functional refinery. We should be ashamed of that status as a nation.
I mean, different statuses. Yesterday we were talking about Nigeria ranking 95th.
World Happiness Index.
95.
Yeah,
right?
out of 150 something countries in the world.
Okay, 95. And today we're talking about petroleum and everything that Nigeria as a nation should be ashamed that it is the only critical member of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries without a functional refinery. Now, once again, we're talking about the Port Harcourt refinery, and you know, the chairman of IPMAN says, I mean, there are certain persons in Nigeria that are comfortable importing petrol because of personal interest. And I think that, I don't know, I think I would agree with him, because I feel that we have the resources to make at least one refinery functional in this country. Dave, you're shaking your head. We don't have the resources.
No, we do.
But right?
it's sad that in this time and age we are in, this we call this an issue. But we'll go on a short break.
Absolutely.
I'll come back and vent.
Absolutely.
Hello, I'm Dr. Richard Okoye. I think it is time for us to say enough is enough on the kind of preventable deaths happening in this side of the world. Did you know that Nigerian life expectancy is 55 years against the global average of 72? You can't doubt. We pray more than they do. Yes, prayer is good, but we need knowledge. Most of the people we are buried in this side of the world, I can tell you authoritatively, if what is available today is applied to them, they will be alive, taking care of their families. And that's why I encourage you, join me this Saturday as we discuss medical treatment in the eyes of new technology. What are the things available? Getting to know that will save you a lot of sorrow, a lot of pain, a lot of money for burial. Encourage your loved one to tune into Today FM 95.1 Port Harcourt. It will also be seen live on our social media platform. I can see Dr. Sebe live. You know what? Together we will build healthy family and a healthy nation. Inform all you know, tag your friends, and encourage them to be part of it. A lot they will thank you for. God bless you as I see you then.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
And we're back.
build this, let's build this. We have seen the detrimental effect that the absence of refineries in the country has given, the citizens. Look at the South, the Niger Delta. People now indulge in artisanal refinery activities to bypass, what the government would have done for us. Look at
loss of lives.
Loss of lives, properties. Look at what happened in which community? That was last month.
Yeah, I can't remember the community now.
In River State, yes. And you look at other African countries, look at Egypt, look at South Africa. These people, look at Algeria. These people are intentional. It's important, to know that if we sit back, fold our arms, do nothing, it's almost like money goes into this project, or money is being disbursed for certain projects, and nothing comes out of it.
I mean, when they talk about turnaround maintenance, they're pushing money there. We want to do a turnaround maintenance.
Nothing comes out of it. Year after year, we keep investing money. We keep putting money into it. At the end of the day, same old story. That the country now it's not the first time. The statement he made, Mr. Joseph Obili, that there is personal interest involved in the activities and the economy in Nigeria.
Some people are comfortable with importation of
Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan said something. He said he knows that there are cabals that don't want the country to be electrified. There are certain people who go after power cables in the country, cut them off. You know why? So they can sell their generator sets, import them into the country, do their business, and according to them, they go home smiling.
Make money.
It's sometimes when I look at these things, I'm like, some people in this country, we need to just catch them, and then imprison them. And let them watch how Nigeria would transform without them being in it. Because how can you put personal benefit or interest and then over the collective interest and benefits of every other Nigerian? Look at the pump price of fuel right now. Look at cooking gas. For Stina, we are one of the biggest countries that in terms of capacity. The amount of gas we have tapped is fled is meager compared to what we have as reserve in the country. I mean, we should be exporting to Russia or Ukraine for all I care at this time. But yet again, we have people who think that Nigeria is their father's property. They can share and do with it what they want to do.
Okay. All right. I know that there's a whole lot, and when it comes to this issue of refinery and crude oil importation and exportation and all of the issues involved, if it's something that we as a people were intentional about, over the years we would have been able to make one or two of the refineries functional. At least. So we don't get to export our crude and then we import the refined product.
Oh my God.
Now that's something we would have been able to do over here to save cost. But no.
We like the hard process.
We like, I don't know,
strenuous process. Yeah. Stressful process. Just like saying you have the equipment, the condiments in your kitchen.
Yes.
And then you take them to someone's house and you cook there. Or you tell someone, come and take everything from my house, Take the ugu leaf, take the whatever you want to, take it to your house, cook and bring it, and I'll buy from you.
Any amount.
And that thing is...
you're pegging the price.
Yeah.
So if it's as high as, 10,000 naira, I'm going to buy.
I just imagine how...
It would have been easier for you to prepare that in your house because, you're going to have a whole pot of soup.
I just imagine how those countries who buy our crude, refine, and sell back. I imagine how they think about us. Like, how are these people even thinking? How do they think?
They'll say we don't have the capacity. We're not ready. Are these people that they're not
Egypt is not ready. Algeria is not ready. These are African countries.
Well, do you think Nigeria is not ready? The people who buy from us, they will think we are not ready.
Yeah,
I mean, we're not ready, to be at the level that we ought to be as the giant of Africa. We're not ready yet. Anyway, let's move from that to our main conversation for tonight. And we are coming to your community now. Yes, we are coming to your community because what we are discussing, or we're about to discuss, concerns you and your community. So we're going to take a look at the community development committees in different communities, okay? We want to know exactly what they are supposed to do as a community development committee. Now, if you take a look at the words community development committee, I mean, it's self-explanatory. Community development. Now, for the development, these committees are, basically set up to work for the benefit and the growth of the community for which they were set up to.
Yeah.
I mean, it's for the overall benefit. Everything they've got to do, the planning and everything is to work for the benefit of the community, to give quality life to the residents of the communities. Now, if there's anything going on, they have a committee, that is going to do the planning, do whatever it is they do. Now, in all they do is to develop the community, to develop the different communities that they are set up. And over times, we've been hearing different stories from different communities. It's either the CDC is having issues with the elders, or they are having issues with the paramount ruler of certain communities. And over time, when we hear about, issues between multinationals and communities, we hear the CDCs, they've been exploiting our community without doing anything. So, yeah, their job is just to make sure that the community they belong, people there have quality representation. They have quality life and probably work towards the development in different areas. Okay? If there is a company coming to the community, apparently they would be the one to say, okay, in collaboration or in conjunction with the elders and chiefs, they'll be the one to discuss the overall benefit and development of the community. And so we're going to look at, we're supposed to have the CDC chairman of Rumekini in the studio via the phone, but he just called moments ago that there is an emergency meeting, so apologies for that one. He couldn't be here for today. But we're going to be looking at if these CDCs in the different communities, now you're listening to me, the CDC in your community, have they been living up to expectations? Have they been carrying out their responsibilities? Like, okay, you look at your CDC and be like, okay, we're proud of them. They've been doing all they can to develop the community.
Yeah, the community.
In whichever way that they go about. If they go about collecting taxes or, not the CDC, but for everything that has to do with the overall development of the community, they are aware. They should be aware of all of those. So their own duty, responsibility is work for the overall good and development of the communities. So we want to find out tonight on the show if they have been, the CDCs in your community or the CDC in your community, they have been living up to the expectation, or you feel like, okay, the CDC in my community, they've turned themselves into something else. They are fighting for
their own personal
interest. Because when we hear, especially I'm going to make reference to the crisis between host communities and IOCs, that's when you get to hear, the CDCs, they've been doing this, they've been Different parties have been visiting the IOCs, the multinationals, to negotiate on behalf
of the community.
And then the elders will tell you, well, that's their own. We don't know what they've been doing, but ignore whatever it is they've been doing. So there have been cases like that. But bottom line is they are supposed to work for the good and the development of your community. Now, have they been living up to the expectations of your community? That's what we want to find out. But before then, Dave, I don't know if you know about, okay.
Any CDC chairman?
No.
Okay.
In your community.
Are we going there again?
You have them set up, right?
Yeah.
Have you had issues, of CDCs going rogue or, not living up to the expectations of the people?
I know. As a matter of fact, the interfacing we've been doing here on the show across the years, how many times people would call and complain about their CDC chairman. Personally, I've not been, in my place for a number of years.
A very long time.
Very long number of years. But from the reports we hear in River State, it's almost like they peg the CDC chairman and the local government chairman as, the people at the helm of affairs, in the communities. And then they say, look, if the local government chairman can't do this, please, CDC chairman, can you help us take the matter to him, or can you help us, address the issue on behalf of the people in the community?
There is a traditional ruler in that community, right?
People still look at them and give them that position, of helping to ameliorate the condition of the people. But I think so far, a lot of them, it's neither here or there. I can't say some have performed well and the others haven't. It's neither here or there. Some of them have lived up to expectations. The others are still struggling. When you give someone a position, it's very easy for that person to swerve unconsciously out of that position and start chasing personal interest, like you said. But if we understand, if it's explanatory to everyone what their job description is, probably we can start holding them accountable. I was in one community the other day, and then I was moving with a group of people, and they saw the CDC chairman come in, and they said, look at him, he's only just to take money and not do things. And you understand. So if we now understand what the job description of the CDC chairman is, probably we know, if this thing is not functioning well in this community, look, we're holding you accountable because this is part of your job description. So people just think, they're just there to answer names and occupy offices, but we really do not know what their job is.
But then again, for all the calls that we've been receiving from different communities, complaining about things not working well in the different communities. It's been a while, we haven't seen power supply. Our schools are deroofed. Our children are learning under
dilapidated
structures and everything. Now, before, I think there was someone called once to talk about the fact that most of the times, the things that people, complain about, before the government would get to those people, how about the people from the communities do something about it? Now,
we're looking at projects that are worth millions of naira.
Probably not those projects, but there are some projects that are, that the community can come together to construct or to put up. There are some projects like that. But we have, communities calling to say, everything, this one, even if it's toilet, this one, it's responsibility of the state government, so the state government should come do this and that and all of that. And another thing would be the area of security, all right? Now, the boys who perpetrate certain evils or crimes in the different communities, they are from a community.
Yes.
And then most people, for what I know, my area, my community, I've never been there for a very long time, but I know members of the CDC. a lot of them young men. And now I think they have a role to play in ensuring that community is secure.
We have, the general populace in most communities sharing a great form of ineptitude as regards what these people are meant to do. So they, okay. Like I said, the person who told me that, said, look at this man. All he does is just campaign for his own political ambition. And at the end of the day, my assumption directs me towards a false conclusion. It's my fault. But if you explain that this is what I do, and I understand that this is what you do, we relate on a very nice pedestal. Okay, this is the job. I take care of this, the electricity issues in the community. I'm the one who is in charge of, dealing with the little issues. Oh, the poles fell. We're going to mobilize youth to, get those poles out and get the new ones installed. Or this is wrong. In this community, we don't have potable drinking. These are the things. Now, if I know that this is your job, I can now say, okay, yes, he's performing well or he's not performing well.
But then again, if I live in a community and I see development, regardless of where the development is coming from, on different levels, okay, I see that there's a toilet being built and there is probably a market square, there is a town hall, and there is relative peace, or there is peace in the community. I see that the community is developing at a certain level. Now, I should be able to know that people at the helm of affairs, they're doing their job.
Yes.
Regardless of who, it could be, if it's government property, or if it's something, if it's a project constructed by the government, you definitely see the government come to inaugurate or to commission commission that project. You will see. If it's a local government, they will definitely come to say, oh, this is the person who constructed this particular building. But if it's the CDC, I mean, they have their town hall meetings and they know what goes around in their communities. So if the community is developing, you as a resident of that community, you would know that people are working. The CDCs or even the traditional rulers, the chiefs, and everyone is working. All right, so we have joining us on the studio.
He's soon to be CDC chairman.
Are you?
I'm giving her that title now, so everyone would know when it comes.
It won't come as a shock, right? Okay, Sandra Kenneth is in the studio with us, and she's been covering community affairs, and she's been going to different communities, speedboats, boats, and everything that she goes around.
On her leg. Yes.
Sandra.
She does that all.
Leg.
If you know where these legs have been.
Okay. So you have been liaising, or you have been visiting and speaking with different people in different communities, and you've been speaking with even the CDCs. And so let's get your opinion of the activities of CDCs in some communities that you have visited, or some communities that you know about.
Okay, I'd say the activities of these CDCs, I don't want to talk about it from the communities I've visited, like I wouldn't want to criticize some of these communities, but I would say that CDCs generally in Rivers State, they have failed to do what they, I don't know if they were, in some communities they were elected, and why some they were selected. As the name implies, they are supposed to develop the community.
Absolutely.
And then instead of developing these communities, you see them, trying to work against the people. A lot of these CDCs that we have seen in the past and even happening up till now, they usually work against the people. They work for, multinationals. They work for companies in these areas. They tend to take monies. They tend to do things that, wouldn't favor the people. These CDCs are not just there as just people who are being appointed. CDCs are people who are known by the government, by the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Community Affairs, which means that they have powers to an extent. These are the people that are supposed to work hand in hand with their traditional rulers. But instead, in most cases, you see them working against, the traditional rulers. Sometimes you find them in courts, You have a lot of CDCs who are the chairman who are going to court over who I'm supposed to be, and then you start raising eyebrows. You start asking yourself questions like, what are they achieving from these positions? And truly, they gain a lot of things, and then you don't see them executing. They are supposed to be more functional than the paramount rulers. They are supposed to liaise, between the people and these companies around them. They are supposed to ensure that developmental projects, are being reached. They are supposed to be the voice of the people, not like today. But they are supposed to, they are supposed to be the town crier. They are supposed to be the one to come out, represent the people, and not fight against the people. CDCs, I feel like in several communities, they don't even know what CDCs are. They don't even know how CDCs should come into place. They don't know what they are supposed to do. They don't know how they should be elected or selected. So they just feel like they play politics with a lot of these things.
Wow.
So I don't really see, I think the ministry needs to do more in holding these CDCs accountable, especially in an area where they don't have peace, in an area where they are not developed. I know that the Rivers State government is supposed to do more, especially in developing some of these communities. But we need to know why some of these multinationals are not doing anything. We need to know why they are not living up to their civic social responsibilities. We need to know if they have signed a memorandum of understanding. Who are the people who were present? These are the things that the CDCs are supposed to do. So I feel like the ministry needs to come in and charge these people, have a meeting with them, make sure that they are working for the people and not against the people.
Okay. I think I remember a certain story you filed in. I can't remember the name of the community. I won't call. I think the CDCs, they were having an issue with the paramount ruler of that particular community. I think the CDC went to sign something, they went to a roundtable meeting with, I think it was, I don't know if it was a multinational, but then the story was like that. But like you said, in most communities, especially host communities where you have multinationals, you have issues, you have issues where a faction of the community, maybe the CDC, would go to these companies and make demands. And nobody knows about it. Probably the paramount ruler doesn't know about that particular agreement that is reached between the CDC and, of course, the multinational. And you begin to have crisis brewing in those communities. Now, that is anti-development. Now, like you said, they're supposed to be the ones to liaise with these multinational companies to be able to develop their communities. And in the case that they don't do this, aside the government, is there anything that the members of the communities can do?
The government you just put aside now should be brought inside
again,
because we can't
already put them.
So they are there. They govern us, so we can't put them. I feel like the people, these community leaders have allowed themselves to be factionalized. They have allowed themselves to be used as tools. They have allowed themselves to be so politicized that they forget what they are supposed to do for their communities. So you cannot say you can't say let's put government aside. We can't put them aside because these people, for whatever reason, feel like they'll have to go to court.
Let's say in addition to what the government...
So they'll have to go to court because they feel like when they go to court, when they support a particular political party, they will be imposed on the people. So I feel like our traditional institution especially should have a stand. Our traditional institution should have a say, not outside the main governance or the system or how it used to be or how it is, because we have customary courts.
Sure.
We have a lot. We have things that in some way you can't just go to any court to resolve them. You have to go to a particular court. So we should have a particular institution that could stand on its own, and you're able to do something without bias. You're able to do something without looking at whether the person is a member of a ruling party or not, because that is what is happening. You see some persons fighting for a particular position, and they are sure that they will win when they go to court because they feel that a particular political party is supporting them, and then this ruling party in wherever, any community or any state whatsoever, is backing that person because they feel like this person is my person, and then that is anti-people. That step is anti-people. It is always against development, because at that point, at that time, the litigations are going on. Absolutely. You don't have time for the people. You don't have time to know what they are lacking. You don't have time to be able to meet up with these companies. You only go to them to claim to be one CDC chairman just to get money so that you can continue with your fight. So, and then these multinationals too, I feel like over time, some multinational, I feel like over time they tend to gain from these fights. They tend to gain from this fight. I have covered a lot of stories, and I have come to understand that sometimes some of these companies they will pay some faction a little amount of money because they feel that you try to use hunger and poverty against the people. And when they do that, they start fighting themselves. So I feel like the power, the decision to make is with the people, because if you are waiting for a company to say no, we don't know you, I feel like we may not get it. We may not get it right. So the traditional institution needs to fight its way, to stand on its own. They need to be free from bias. They need to be free from whatever political hold that they feel is on them. They need to stand on their own, because that is what we thought they were before now. So until they stand on their own, until they are able to make their own policy legally, their own policies that is also in line with the constitution and laws of the land, that is when they can actually have that level of development that they seek. Because a lot of people are suffering, not because they do not have what it takes to develop their community, but it is because they do not have the right institution to constitute certain people and give them that mandate to be able to lead and develop their community.
All right, thank you very much, Sandra Kenneth.
Thank
well
you.
Spoken. And then what did you call her?
Future citizen chairman.
First lady.
Don't demote our first lady. Don't do that. But thank you very much.
Is she still the woman leader of?
I'm still the woman leader.
All right. Woman leader. When she becomes first lady, woman leader.
Woman leader.
Woman leader. Yeah. Thank you very much. But you know what? I feel like a lot of communities, especially the oil-bearing communities, they would have been more developed if the CDCs, if the traditional institutions in those communities they were united and they were working effectively
for the
good of the community.
For Sina, this matter would stem from the innate nature, the propensity of Africa and African leaders to contribute to the growth of Africa itself. You know that I don't know. It's almost impossible to think that people who have little privilege or the privilege to be in public offices and are given the obligation to lead, direct, manage, make sure that things go well. It's almost impossible to think that the same people are the ones who treat those issues with an utmost form of casualty. It's not their business. I know I've heard a lot of people say, look, this road is not even a big deal for you to just patch, make this work. So cars can go there, pass without having issues. But you see them, fold their arms, do nothing about it. Do nothing about it. It's only in Africa that we want someone somewhere to miraculously, solve the problems for us. When you that has been given that position to address the issue You know that you have access to funds. You know you have access to manpower. You know that you have been given that obligation to solve that. You do nothing about it.
And you know, there are some communities that generate revenue from, different areas in their community.
So you go to London, and you go to maybe East London, and you go to maybe some communities there, you see them playing collectively. This one wants to build this community to the extent that the community high school represents the country in international, competitions. You hear? So-and-so community high school. So-and-so, something county school. And these people are intentionally building the community. As the CDC chairman, you're seeing that community as your only goal and obligation.
And you
not
just want
politics,
to develop.
not partisan politics. It's just to develop the place. And then the local government chairman comes in, fixes up, patches in where your strength is not able to carry. The state governor carries every community along, carries every local government along in industrialization and development. The presidency, emphasizes on shared, decentralized industrialization in the country, making sure that things are done appropriately. But yes, it's only in Africa that we want the president to do everything down to giving you a good road in your community.
That's all right. Anyway, at this point now, we need to open up the phone lines. Sad, that politics has to go in there and destroy all of the plans or all of the yearnings of the people. I mean, if there was no politics in it, okay, I'm going to be I think it's something they even lobby for, from conversation ongoing. Because if I become the CDC member or the chairman of this particular community, because it's an oil-bearing community, host community, there are things I'm going to benefit. So it's just for the benefit of a few people. If I become the CDC chairman, I and my members were going to visit the multinationals and we're going to lay demands.
For my own personal benefits.
Oh my goodness.
So if I bill them, as a smart investor, if I bill them 500 million naira for oil spill, maybe we can just use 6 million. And let's share to some community boys that would want to stand up against us.
Yeah.
Then we give the chiefs like 5 million. And then we'll actually we'll just go to some places and dig some holes with like 2 million.
Investors
vibes.
Anyway, let's open up the phone lines and have you be a part of the conversation. You're listening to Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM. Our main focus for tonight, we're taking a look at the activities of CDCs in different communities. In your community, looking at the level of development and looking at the activities of the CDC in your community, would you say they have lived up to the expectation? I mean, their basic responsibility, their sole responsibility is to work for the overall growth and development of the community. Now, with the activities ongoing in your community, would you say the CDC in your community has lived up to its responsibility, has lived up to the expectations of residents of your community? Let's hear that. And also feel free to let us know what's going on in your area, right? 0817-00-00951 and 0810-951-0951. You can also send a text message or WhatsApp message to 0701-933-9962. Today, 95.1 FM. Good evening. You're welcome to Area Talk.
Yeah, good evening, Faustina.
Welcome.
And, I greet you today, my brother. I greet you.
Good evening to you.
Yeah, my name is Dima. I'm Faustina. I'm Dave.
You're welcome.
You see, there is one thing you should always have or you should know. And that is it has become a norm in Nigeria that any position that is being given to you, first of all, the typical Nigerian man sees that position as a position to make way, a position to enrich him or herself. They use it to intimidate people. Like, let me narrow it down to this CDC, you're talking about committee, development committee of a team. They use it to go after their fellow men, girlfriends, and the rest of them. To intimidate you and just things that are not supposed to be. And yet, these are the people that will start pointing accusing finger at Governor Yosirike, at President Muhammadu Buhari. Yet, in their own little position they are holding, such as Community Development Committee, we used to intimidate people. I stay in a community. I stay in one community, not in Port Harcourt. There's a community now. Ubunabal is Port Harcourt. It's a community too. Now, I see the community in Rivers State here. They have I don't see Ubunabal, only use it as an example.
Yeah,
okay. They have what they call this paramilitary people, OSPAC. You know what these boys do? Because immediately it's 7:30 p.m. when they know that the road will be busy, they will come out and put their tires and block the road. Start collecting money from motorists. It's not right, but that is not even the point now. I think they will stay from that 7:30 p.m. that they came out. I think they will stay till 4 a.m. I will understand, or 5 a.m. But you see, immediately it's 10 p.m. when the road is no longer busy again. You won't see them again. What do they come up with? To just get those money they collect from motorists between that 7:30 p.m. 10 a.m. Till 10 p.m. Then when it's main night that they should provide security, you will see them.
Oh, okay.
And yet the CDC people are watching them. Is it about light? My sister, just do it in fine. Any position, even in your office there, just give somebody position that say maybe 95.5. So 95.4 I want to employ people. Let somebody be in charge. My dear, it's either you pay in cash or you pay in kind.
All right, thank you very much.
Becoming a norm in Nigeria. Sorry, I would round up that. That is an advert that you could play in your radio station. That if it's possible, there is no organization you enter in Nigeria today that you will not find corruption. There is no. It's an advert in your place.
Yeah.
Let me allow me to call. If for me to call it back again, I will call it.
All right, thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. Okay, you're listening to Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM. Feel free to dial the numbers 0817 0000951 and 0810 9510 951. Today 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Yeah, Mr. Zion, good evening.
Mr. Zion, you're welcome.
The CDC we have of today are hungry people.
Mr. Zion,
jobless men and women. Some of them were gallivanting in the city doing nothing, and whenever they look at it that way, no way, they go back to their village, they became champions, the community is not looking for who will manage the affairs of the CDC. Now opportunity for me to recover, capture, embezzle. A lot of CDCs are being characterized with embezzlement, shamelessly and so primitively. And that area we got it wrong was when we start handing over such sensitive position to jobless people. Growing up as a child, in the times of my father, CDC positions are meant for people who are working.
Okay.
People who have a job. And especially the office of financial secretary, which is always a woman. Her husband must be so industrious, or she must be so industrious. These are the criteria. Just like when we were in school, the criteria for SCG, your cutoff must be at least 3 points and above. That was it. If you cannot get up to that, why are you coming to look for SCG president? For what now? I don't know about now. I'm talking about those days.
Yes, understand.
And you see that already there is a criteria to sieve and to know the character of who should be there. But today, what do we have? If you go to some communities now, this issue of CDC now, they are in court too. Some are in court too.
Yeah.
Some of them are in serious problem with tussles. Why are they tussling? Embezzlement. And it's so shameful. If you go to those communities, no development, no power supply, no economic activities, nothing. And if you go down to their financial record, you cannot even balance that account for that fiscal year.
All right.
Let us for once go back to the ways of our fathers.
Okay.
And start recruiting people to become CDC based on the kind of work they are doing.
All right.
Do you have a job? Are you working? Where are you working? How much is your salary? Can we enforce the community finances on your hand? What can you do? My sister.
All right.
The white people really cause us more problem.
All right, thank you, Mr. Zion. You have to add that part at the end of your comment. 0817-0000951 and 0810-9510-951. We're looking at the activities of CDCs in different communities. Now, you belong to a community, so when you call, let us know the activities of CDCs in your community, and let us know if they've been living up to the expectations of residents of your community. Today, 95. All right, I missed that one. Call back, and you can as well send in your messages to the number 0701-933-9962. Once again, the number to send in your messages to is 0701-933-9962. Today, 95.1 FM. Good evening. Yes, good evening.
My name is Bright.
Bright.
I'm calling from Uzwa, yes.
All right, Bright from Uzwa.
My CDC in my community, they have nothing to offer us. We are having a CDC that play politics. It's not right.
Okay.
We are lacking. There are a lot of work that CDC is supposed to do, which they are not doing. Yes. So there is no need. State government needs to scrap anything CDC.
Oh, you want CDC scrapped?
Yes. They are not doing their work. The CDC we have this time is politics. Not this. CDC is meant to be appointed by the community, not by politicians.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Bright from Ozua. Okay, so Bright from Ozua says he needs CDCs to be scrapped because the one in his community is not living up to expectation, and they have been politicized. So
most people actually think they have been politicized. Yeah.
Okay. Today, 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Friday from Rumuji.
Friday. How is Rumuji?
It's very fine, but very dark also. Very dark.
No light.
Very. Yeah. As you are talking about CDC in Rumuji, our own is not CDC, our own is CCC. Means Community Shopping Committee. One sign of development. We don't have anything like development in Rumuji. Nothing. No light, no water. We are just, I think we are living in old days.
Oh.
That is just the formation here. Even our youth is functionless. The politicians control everything. Then, in fact, example for Nigeria, may I take it as from this community. Our community character refers to our nation as a Nigeria. What happened in our community also happened in our nation. Because in our community, you will see people you elect or you put as a CDC or youth, they will function less. No function in our community, as I know. No function. Yes. Okay. Good night.
All right. Thank you very much. I guess you're a first-time caller. It's the first time I'm hearing his name. But thank you so much for calling and sharing activities of CDC in your community. Today, 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening, Buti.
Faustina.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Good evening to you. Welcome. What's your name?
I'm fine.
What's your name?
CDC, my name is Innocent.
All right, go on.
The CDC issue is nothing to write home about.
Wow.
Honestly. Because what we experience as CDC people in our community, my brother, it's better we don't have them at all. Look at the recent road construction within Rumumoy and Rumorosi that the governor carried out. You know that these CDC and their cohorts, what they did, the drainage, they shared it among them. And the kind of work they did, now that rain has started,
yes,
we had new road construction, but we cannot pass, people cannot come out from there. Any day it rains, everywhere will be flooded. Some dug the drainage, they didn't do it well. They did it the way they shared it, this person have from this pole to this pole, this person share from here to there. They just did haphazard work. That the main road is in order, but the drainage, when it rains like this, you wonder what's the essence of the road construction that we have. You cannot come out from your house. So many persons, their house before they don't have flood. They are now experiencing flood in their area because of BBC and this person must take this portion. This person must take this portion.
All right.
It's a useless.
Oh, okay. Dave, I don't know. Now this is a project that would better the lives of members of your community. It's been given to you, and all you do is cut corners. I mean, that's like you're shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah. That's exactly what it is.
That's exactly what you've done. You think that, okay, I've been given, let's say 100,000 or 100 million naira to construct this project. And you say, okay, this money is too big, it's huge, it's huge.
See, I would agree with, sorry to interject, I would agree with someone who said something, who said, before you employ these people, into these capacities,
elect or select,
look at their antecedents. Are they people in the community? Are they people who would jump on any bandwagon if money is involved for personal benefit, or are they people who want to add value to the community? If you take that 100 million before someone who has not seen 100 million before, I mean, don't expect less. That person would run away with the money, or that person would squander. Everyone wants to look good, have a new car, be the ogak pata in the environment.
Be getting all damn lawyer.
Yes. So you'd look at him and demify him. And that's where the problem starts from. People should be given capacities they're able to handle. So if that person is worth 1 million naira, give him a project that is around that figure. So he knows, well, I've seen 1 million naira before, I could do so. Even if the ones this one has held money before, sometimes you see them falling short.
Absolutely.
But at least go through their personal history. Know this person is able to achieve this with money and not squander.
And I'm wondering, why would they give the construction of the drainages to people in the community? Oh, you take from here to this pole, you take from here to this pole. How about the road, the company constructing the roads, constructing the drainages as well? I mean, it would have been better. It would have been better. Today, 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, you're welcome.
Hello.
Hello, good evening. What's your name?
Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening. We can hear you. All right. I don't know what's going on there, but do well to call back 0817-00000951 and 0810-9510951, or send a text message and WhatsApp message to 0701-933-9962. On the show tonight, Area Talk, we are taking a look at activities of CDCs in various communities. What roles are they supposed to play, and are they living up to your expectation in your community? What have they been doing? Do you think they have been politicized, as some people have said it? Do you think it should be scrapped, the CDCs in different communities? You think, there's no need. Let's just be community members, all of us. Let's be community members. Today, 95.1 FM. Okay, I lost that one. Do well to call me back. 0817-0000951 and 0810-9510951. Good evening.
Yeah, Faustina, good evening.
Yes, you're welcome.
Yeah, this is God's Time calling from HA.
God's Time, how are you doing?
I'm fine, and you?
Good. You're welcome.
Yes, Faustina, it's only this country that the community, maybe their transformer will love. The NEPA will ask them to buy no transformer. It's only on this country. Do you understand?
Yes.
I can't remember last time the people of HA. I can't remember the last time they saw light in HA. Even in my community, it's over 5 years. We don't even know what is NEPA again. There is no light. Do you understand?
Yeah.
So, as a community, you have the issue of armored cable. You're on your own. The community will contribute money to buy armored cable. But it don't happen like that in other countries. Do you understand? The NEPA is a business. It's a company handled by individuals. So if your customers, the transformer has a problem, I expect NEPA to rush immediately and take care of the transformer so that their customers will pay at the end of the day and they will make more profit. Do you understand? So for in this country, they don't care. If they like spend 100 years, at the end of the day, they still come and give you a NEPA bill. Do you understand? So I don't get it at all.
Right.
The people of the chair is crying. NEPA should come and help us.
Okay.
NEPA should come and help us. Thank you very much. I still remain God's Time from HA.
All right, God's Time. Thank you very much for calling in from HA. And your problem in that area is power supply. You need light. You need electricity. And once again, we'll reiterate, electricity is very paramount. It is very key. Today, 95.1 FM.
Yeah, good evening, Faustina.
Yes, you're welcome.
Yeah, this is Engineer Leo calling from Port Harcourt.
Engineer Leo.
Yes, calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, you're welcome. Let's hear you.
Yeah, yes, yeah. The topic you plot to think this night is is a welcome one. But, CDC, in my own area, they have tried to an extent.
Okay.
But this time around, I know there's nothing like CDC again because they are trying to do this PIA, the Electronic Industrial Act. They want to adopt it, so they are doing host community and all that. There's a way they want to restructure it. So those things now will be appointed by politicians. So the politicians want to hijack that CDC now, using this PIA they just introduced, because CDC is going on, is phasing off. Very soon they are phasing off, so they want to adopt this PIA. So if they should do that now, I don't think that will be the things we will enjoy through CDC will not be getting it, because every appointment will be made by the politicians and they will decide who will be there. Unlike where community gather through the community leader to appoint this CDC, that we have been enjoying, at least seeing the presence of all these oil multinationals in our various communities. Yes, in our area.
Okay.
So this PIA adopted now, so it's automatically will be hijacked by politicians who will be appointing their own persons. So I think in my own area, CDC tries to some an extent.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. At least one person calling to say the CDC in his area has tried to an extent.
All right.
Today, 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening, Faustina.
Yes, you're welcome to Area Talk.
Good evening to you.
New first time caller.
Oh, thank you so much for calling in. What's your name again?
Ability Abby.
Unity.
Ability Abby.
Oh, Ability Abby. Ability, you're welcome.
CDC in this country, I'll say.
In this country?
Yes,
I have studied all the CDCs in the country.
Yeah, because they are all about going around.
Oh, let's talk about the CDC in your community.
I'm not in my community. I'm in Port Harcourt now.
Oh, okay.
But towards the upper side. So what I'm seeing here, CDC in this community, everything I see.
Okay.
So let me tell you. So let us pray for God that God will help us in this country.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Ability.
you. Even my area talk is that PS are about to kill us. So.
What's going on?
PS will be 2,000 for 5,000. PS is so wicked.
They are still charging 2,000 naira for 5,000.
Nothing is changing about. Thank you.
Whoa.
This, thank you for your good work.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for calling in. POS operators, you want to don't kill Ability. Don't kill him. I mean, at least we can now access a little cash. So it shouldn't be as bad as 2 weeks ago. It shouldn't be as bad as that.
Where we didn't see money
at all.
Yeah.
At least you can go to the bank and, I mean, from morning till evening hours, you can come back with 10,000 naira. Unlike before, there was nothing coming out. So, please, this is not the time you want to build upstairs in your village. Today, 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Faustina.
Yes, you're welcome.
My brother, I called back again for 1 minute. See, there is something I want to call your attention to in a particular community in River State.
Okay, I need you to be more audible, please.
Okay, there is a particular community I want to call your attention to.
Okay, what's going on there? Yeah.
My dear, if you go to Igbo not Eche as a whole, the place called Igbo, it's called Igbo Eche. Do you know that they have Shell, they have pipelines, flowing stations there? Every year, Shell gives their community, their CDC, money. Instead of them telling Shell to fix the roads once and for all, the CDC will go there to take money in hundreds of millions every year.
And you know that for sure.
During I was telling to that during the dry for them to fix the road now during the dry season when the rain has stopped falling around that December 3rd week, they go to take that money. Instead of them fixing the road, they just call grader and grade the road and make it more durable. And the next year when the rain start falling again, like towards the rain start falling very well now in River State, you see that place will be messed up. All the people living there, the private cars and commercial buses, they stop applying. What am I trying to say? Instead of them, what I'm saying is that instead of them asking Shell to fix the road once and for all, even though it's federal government road, even though it's state government road, those money they are collecting from Shell every December just to make the road more durable. Is it for how many years now? Over 10 years. It's not enough for them to fix that road once and for all.
Did you live in that community?
Have
you lived in that community before?
Yes, I've stayed there. Yes, I've lived there before.
Okay.
I've lived there before.
You knew?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't want to mention names.
All right.
I can mention names to you. But don't do this for that.
All right.
Let me drop one second. You know, most people that built houses there, they all left during the season, they leave their house and come to Chicago to stay.
That's terrible.
Because of the bad state of the road.
Right.
I know it's the government responsibility, I do.
Yeah.
But you are taking money from Shell. You are the host committee of Shell, taking money from there. Why not use the money to fix the road once and for all? People of Eleme, did it. Shell paid them money for them to share. They use part of the money to fix their roads. Make it maybe if you go to take the Controller Park, that junction, that road by the left that leads to that Ijaba, it is what was the committee that did it themselves. From the money Shell paid them, like Shell paid them 40-something billion or so. They share some money among all their individuals. Their villages there, and they use some to fix the road. They got out at the two sides to avoid water to spoil the road. So why can't Igwe emulate from Ijaba local government?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, my dear.
All right, thank you very much. You said you lived in that community. That's how you knew that they were receiving that amount of money, and you're wondering why they wouldn't just, ask the multinational to just help you fix that road. And I know that on the show, we get calls from that area. Oh, that road is really terrible. It's bad. Now the rains are here, or the rains are coming, and we are going to suffer on this road. So this caller is wondering, why didn't they just tell these people, the multinationals, to say, you know what, this money that you're giving us, can you just use it to yes, fixing this road?
But is it part of their project for the year? Is it part of the budget for the community?
Well, I wouldn't know, but I mean, it's money that the community is collecting. So the money is available. The multinational is giving the money to, like he said, is giving the money to the community. And he's saying, well, they should have used that money to
work on projects.
Work on that project, even though it's a federal government project, even if it's a state government project. But then again, maybe they're just waiting for the owners of the road to come fix it, so they can use money for other stuff in their communities. Today, 95.1 FM.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. You're welcome to Area Talk.
West,
you're welcome.
How much are they giving?
Well, let's
ask. How much is Shell bringing out to do that road? Will it be enough? I think when people call, they should go into details to get the real information, not just a speculation. You are not from that community, you are not a member of CDC, you just call and start. We don't know
if the money is going to be enough for the construction of that road.
Yes,
all right,
the money is not enough.
Yeah.
What they need to do is to grade the road, and they use the other money they give them for other projects.
Yeah, okay,
yes.
Let's move on.
Please, I have some problems. PHEDC. I wanted to recharge my prepaid
meter. Yeah.
2 hours today, I couldn't. So I thought that it's a technical fault, until one of my neighbors said the same thing, that he has the same problem.
Okay.
I don't know. They should try to see how they can make the network, available at any time you buy a recharge card to recharge your prepaid. The thing goes off, because you cannot have prepaid. You bought the prepaid to recharge. You could not, and you stay in darkness. I don't understand this kind of situation. So, PADC, you guys are trying, today they were roving around checking, meters that I don't know what they are doing,
Okay.
So they have gone before my prepaid finish. I could have asked them.
Yeah.
If I buy recharge prepaid this thing, I'm supposed to get access immediately when I recharge. Up to now I'm still in darkness.
Oh, sorry about that.
See the disadvantage of prepaid.
Thank you very much. Really do appreciate you for calling in. Okay. Okay. Let's get to take some messages on the show tonight. Well, before you take the messages, let's take this call. All right. Today, 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I'm Congo.
Mr. Congo, good evening.
Good evening, Fortuna.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Congo.
Thank you. Let me say this. If you don't know the subject you're teaching, actually you will not perform.
True that.
CDC, they know their job. What is their specific objective of carrying out a project or a work as CDC? They have the mind, CDC is to come make money. And that is why anything that comes up in any setting, they will be very partial in order to get money. What I'm trying to say is this. If they know their job, they will perform. They do not know their job. I'm appealing to the government. If the government will specify their job for them, this is what you do for your community. Let me take, for instance, where they have oil well. You see this there? Their eyes on the oil well. About the people that they're supposed to take care of, nowhere. And then, like I'm saying, this government will help CDC, like it is under intensive affairs. This is your job. This is what they're supposed to do. And this is what they're not supposed to do. I think they will perform. Because I know too well that in agencies, they'll be positive or negative, but all are tailored to intelligence. They come up CDC, whether I'm performing or not performing CDC. Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Congo, thank you very much for calling in. Let's take some messages right about now on the show.
Okay, let's start with this one from Kanu. It says, Dave and Faustina, my people will say you do not tell, but your message isn't complete. Thank you very much, Mr. Kanu. Good evening, Dave and Faustina. Developing a community doesn't only lie in the hand of the CDC. Dave, I believe it's money they use in developing a community. Where will the money come from when the only 13% derivation accrued to the oil-bearing communities has been denied by the governors Saturday, Dingba?
What about communities without, what are communities
With
not oil-bearing communities?
Or
Do they not have CDC?
Or the ones that generate revenue internally?
CDC is not supposed to do anything at all. I mean, if you're talking about, I don't know the level of development you're talking about, okay? Development, on their level, what are they doing? That's what we're talking about. We're not saying, they need to use the 13% derivation to develop their community and all of those. There are some communities who are generating income, revenue in different ways. How have they been able to do something for their community? That's the thing.
This one says, Dave and Faustina, my area talk is that I advise Nigerian youth not to embark on a suicide mission if they protest. How
is that area talk?
Okay, but thank you. They shouldn't embark on suicide missions of unnecessary protest. Okay. Thank you very much.
Advice.
Thank you. We got your advice. Faustina and Devo. Our own CDC in Epilema of Opobo town has done nothing since the NDDC Sandsfield project stopped suddenly and our embankment is falling. They have done nothing about it, and the community remains the same despite individual development. This is coming from Opobo boy. Good day, Faustina and Dave. CDC in the country is like POS people.
Come on now. Don't be like that.
Thank you.
Just like that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Ability from PH.
Straight to the point.
Bro Dave, joyful greetings. Please, this failed portion at Eleme Junction, opposite Subaz filling station, is gradually getting worse each day. I wonder how the outlook might be if it gets to the rainy season. I urge relevant quarters or authorities concerned to mobilize quickly its workforce over there. Fix that failed portion as soon as possible as to avert danger and gridlock. Iberi Chico from Port Harcourt, thank you very much. Really appreciate. This one says, woman leader is not smiling this night too. My name is Ima Bobo. Sandra. This is, says, good evening, Dave and Faustina. Election has come and gone, and the strength of the government used in the election. They should use the same to fix the same strength the government used in this election. They should use the same strength to fix my community transformer and health center. Thanks, Tom Victor Clement from Ahoda East local government area. All right, let's go back to the phone calls and get back to this again.
Okay, 08170000951 and 0810-9510951. Remember, we're talking about CDCs, activities of CDCs in different communities, in your community, going by what the CDCs have been able to do. I mean, how would you judge them? How would you rate the activities of the CDC in your community, the performance rather. Have they been performing well, up to expectation, or you think that they're just there for their personal interest? Have they been working for the development of the community or not? Let's find out from you. In addition to that, let's hear your area report. Today 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening.
You're welcome. Chigozie.
Good evening, Faustina and Dave.
You're welcome. Good evening.
I'm fine. Let me say something concerning this PDC. Concerning CDC in any of the community across River State. Like in my own community, I simply understand the meaning of CDC is Community Development Committee. So they are those people in my community, they did well. Like formerly, they send people, they train people to school or to university level. And those people they train in my community, they are the allies of my community now, as I'm talking to you. So the CDC people in the community, they are responsible committee. After they reported the primary ruler and the council of chiefs what is going on in the community. So the affair of the CDC in each of the community are very, very important. In my community, the CDC call Congress, everybody, if you're living in Port Harcourt, anywhere you're living across River State, they will come to the Congress, then they will air whatever thing bothering the community. Then anyone that they are going to utilize in various opinions, they will use it to do something. So finally, I'm also begging Governor Wike, remains two months now, he leave office. He should come to my place to... Hello?
Go on, listening. Chigozie.
I'm also begging Governor Wike, he should come to my Iwofe. Let him take a drive from government house to Iwofe Wolomini to site arc, just to look across after the mangrove. It's not too far from Iwofe to Obakre, that bridge. Thank God we have a new governor now in waiting of swearing in. When he flag up this bridge, I believe to God, people of River State, not even Obakre people of River State will not forget him. They will not forget him because anybody that passed that bridge from Emohadi to Port Harcourt, he will remember Governor Wike. Thank you. This is my area talk.
All right. Thank you very much. We really do appreciate you. Okay. Keep the calls coming in and your messages coming in. Let's get to find out what's going on in your area. That is your area talk, your eyewitness report. What did you witness during the day? It rained today. So how is your area? Is it flooded or is it dry? Let's hear from you, okay? And of course, you can let us know what the activities of the CDC are in your area. Have they been able to perform well? Have they been able to help develop your community? Let's get to find out from you tonight on the show. 0817-00000951 and 0810-9510-951. Good evening.
Good evening, Faustina. Hello?
Hello, good evening. You're welcome. What's your name and where are you calling from?
It's Ability Abby.
Okay, Ability.
Yeah, I call back. See,
right.
In my own community in Akwa Ibom State, at back local government area.
Okay.
See, can you imagine that we have transformer in my front of my house, but we don't have light in my house? Can you imagine?
Are you calling from Akwa Ibom State?
No, I'm living in PH. That is why I leave my community to Port Harcourt.
You ran away.
Because no light, nothing, because after the oncoming governor in this state, in my own community, we have transformer in my front, but no light in my own compound. The CDC in Akwa Ibom State has failed. We are all playing.
All of them.
All of them. That is why.
So you've been touring the different communities.
Huh?
Have you been touring the different communities and studying the activities of CDCs?
My dear sister, all
My
those
dear
people
brother.
you see here, all those people you see here, they are hungry men. So, even if I sit down, even manage because there is light there. I'm just trying, so I'll be up for you. There is light in Romasi. I live in Romasi, I'll be up for there is light.
Okay, thank you.
So, I don't have any problem. But you see, try and tell Udoma Kwabi and oncoming swearing governor that. Let us try and do something about that in my own community and about local government.
Are you trying? Wait, Abby, calm down. Let's get something straight. Did you say Udoma Kwabio?
Yes, and Udoma is Udoma and oncoming governor that say happy hour, nothing like happy hour. It's happy. Let them keep happy hour something and do something in my community.
Okay, thank you very much. I mean, are you bringing the past and present together in one?
Okay, I mean, he's talking about the incoming, the governor-elect.
No.
That's what I'm wondering. And Akpabio is
the previous one. Udom
is the present governor. So now I'm wondering, Avi, calm down. Don't confuse us.
Oh, my God.
Well, thank you for the comic relief, though. Today, 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, you're welcome.
Yeah, Dave Faustina.
You're welcome. Good evening, Sherry.
My name is Tom Victor Clement from Ihu.
Good evening.
Yeah, good evening. Yes, in the area of CDC, in my community. Do you know that as I am like this, if you ask me for the past 8 years, I don't even know my CDC in my community. I'm telling you the gospel truth. I don't know, but when they call them for a meeting, you see one or two persons that point themselves, they share the team and go. Mostly scholarship in health, shares. You see somebody will come out, I'm CDC. This is why I say I'm youth president. Maybe local government chairman, and they just organize themselves. That's all. I never honored their names. When I ask, who is the CDC? They don't even tell me. I never know. That is the truth.
Okay.
That's all. That is all. I'm just telling you the truth. I can't tell you a lie.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And it seems like in communities where you have oil companies, that's where you have the CDCs coming to, oh yes, we are the CDC, we are in charge. Because at the end of the day, something must drop from somewhere. So, but for the rest of the communities where everyone is just hustling for their stomach, I mean, would you want to come out and say, yes, I'm the CDC. So
I think I need to work very well.
I need to work very
good evening. My area report is on the abandoned GSS Emelogo General Hospital, Emelogo, the only hospital in the entire Odua Kingdom. The state school at Dada, up till now, there are no teachers. People volunteer to help the children. The same thing applies to Adibwam Central School, Emelogo. My name is Chief Arugo Egbugidi. All right.
Okay, let's get back to some more calls. Today 95.1 FM. Good evening. Hello. Yes, you're welcome to Area Talk.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. This is Ibe calling you from Eligbolo.
Ibe from Eligbolo?
Exactly, yes.
All right. Is this your first time of calling?
No.
Okay,
not
all right.
first time.
All right, thank you. Go on.
You see, anyway, it's on NEPA.
Okay.
You know, we Nigerians, whoever that is doing good, we have to commend the very person, be it the leader or in the private sector or something like that. Whoever that is good, whoever that is, doing what the people want. We can't just not to let it out, be it on air. So what am I trying to say? NEPA have been consistent in Eligbolo, Rukbakurushi.
Okay.
I'm telling you, I've not lived in a place in this Port Harcourt that have witnessed this, the steadiness of light.
How many hours?
Man,
do you enjoy 24 hours supply?
Exactly, yes.
24 hours?
More than.
You have more than 24 hours
of light.
Yes, I'm asking how many hours of power supply.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what I'm saying. That it is even more than 24 hours.
I want to extend the day.
Uninterrupted.
Okay.
Uninterrupted. Honestly.
All right.
I will leave the house in the morning, come back. Even where I work, it's still on the same. It's just the same line. So I whenever I come back, I'll still meet light. Whenever I go out, go work, I'll still meet light there. So their light is uninterrupted. So I commend them for that.
All right.
Honestly.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that is it.
EB,
Thank you.
Right? Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. All right. eBay is saying they have constant power supply. It's even more than 24 hours. I think eBay wants to extend the number of hours in the day.
Please, can we fetch from you guys? Transfer to the houses
if there was a way of just transferring power supply from one area to the other,
just go there, connect the Bluetooth
and bring it back to wherever.
All right.
Today95.1 FM. Good evening.
Faustina.
Yeah, good evening.
Sorry, I called you to make a correction.
All right, go on.
My sister. Dave, also listen, please. Your topic today is about CDC.
Yes.
How are your CDC doing?
Yes,
Your various
the activities.
Whether you are indigent or not, right? And I called in to tell you about what I experienced in Igwechi. I have a property there.
Oh, okay.
And I told you my experience. I'm coming. I told you my experience. If a caller calls in, he should talk on the topic on ground and not antagonizing me and my own point of view. But since I want to give you I wish I could finance what I'm about to say now. I see on your radio station, 95.1. You send 2 3 to Igwechi, about road Igwechi. I'm verified. I am telling you, it has been actually over 10 years. Huge amount of money. Then someone else will call in and antagonizing me.
Okay. If you listened, I did tell him that he should go on with his, but he was saying if you could say the amount, but then I did tell him something about that. Okay, so apologies for that one. Thank you very much. But I think that if he wanted to just know figures, if the money would be enough to construct the road or to do something about the road, or the money they should just use it for whatever it is they wanted to use it for. But thank you very much. That correction is taken. All right. I did tell him that he has to move away from that point of view that I was going at it from, and go on to say what he wanted to say. But thank you very much. Really do appreciate it. All right. No fighting. Today 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yes, my name is Emeka. I'm calling from
Emeka. Hello, Emeka, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, go on.
All right, I want to say something about somewhere at Aga George, Keating Junction.
Okay, what's going on there?
That's where they normally dump waste bin or something like that.
Okay.
But the truth about that thing is that even if you are driving, you have to use. Would I just say you wind up because the thing that is coming out from that place is so hazardous. I won't lie.
They don't evacuate on a daily basis.
They will park the truck there, and once they park the truck, the water that is coming out from. Yes, the water that is coming out from the truck will be dropping on the floor, and it will be there.
Okay.
When I mean there, it will just be gathering there. So they will still come there. The thing will park from morning till night before they remove it.
All right.
During the daytime, the park there is becoming a very serious issue.
Okay. All right. You said somewhere around Ada George, right?
Yes, Okilton Junction.
Okilton Junction. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, nobody should be subjected to that sort of stench. Okay, so Whatever it is that has to be done, the authorities responsible, those trucks, I don't know how you want to remove the water. Find a way to remove them. Same way you evacuated the dirt, you should try and evacuate the dirt as well. Okay.
I just remember we're supposed to give a shout out to someone on the show tonight.
Oh,
okay. So we do that. We don't have messages here, but I wanted to say something when the last caller called in. We wouldn't allow someone talk down on your opinion. Okay, so apologies if you are angry for someone coming at your option. All right, I would have to make a call there.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay, should I?
You should. You should. We have a minute to do this, so yeah, you should. Well, anyway, you have been listening to Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. So, just a moment.
What's your good evening? All right, we're trying to wish Gloria a happy birthday, so I'm gonna give this a try again. Today 95.1 FM, we love celebrating people on their birthdays, so let's do this again. Alright, so if this is not going to work, we're just going to end the show here. So congratulations again. Happy birthday shout outs to you, Gloria. And this is not the Gloria here. Not this one. Not this one. Coming from your dear friend Kelvin. Okay, Gloria rather. Coming from your dear friend Kelvin. Happy birthday to you today, 95.1 FM. We wish you the best, okay? Do have yourself a wonderful, wonderful birthday celebration. This is where we draw the curtains on the show and hand you over to Gloria Carty, who's going to drive you through the rest of the programs, and Micah Felix is going to take over later on, and then, you just keep having fun right here on Today 95.1 FM. Stay tuned.
FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other. To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the alarm is the one who made the public know about
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your Premium Talk Radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
Officer, take. Officer, give me number. No time. Ma, they match am, they go.
What? You driving the officer of the law? You're under arrest. Let me see your papers. You can go. They're in order. Drive safe, okay?
I don't understand though. No be the same country again. Officer reject bribe. They arrest me yesterday. That yesterday. I go do my papers. See as I pass now. I pass without fear. You too. Make you do wetin dey right. For we country to better, it dey for we hand. If you like, do like say you no hear am. To give or to take bribe, na offense.
No, I don't hear am, Abi. You hear am too, Abi. You hear am. You hear am well. They themselves, they hear am. Now the voice of the people. Now I bring this message give me. Today 95.1 FM. Now we be the voice of the people.
Good evening to you. 6 minutes past 9. Welcome to Opinion Poll on Today 95.1 FM, your premium talk news and sports station. A wonderful Thursday night it is, and the 23rd day in March 2023. How was your day? What happened? What did you do? How did it go? I hope it was successful. It was fruitful. All right? You did great. You did wonderful. We'll give God the praise. We'll give him the praise. So welcome to the program tonight. My name is Gloria Kati, your true friend on radio, and I will be riding with you on this program till 10 p.m. before I bring you the word news. So you know how we do it. Let's make it count. I talk, you talk, we talk, and that's how we have a great conversation. It's a two-way thing, all right? So do all to air in your thoughts as we hope to see the change that we desire. The phone lines are 0817-0000951. 0817-340-0951 or 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951, or send an SMS or a WhatsApp message to 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. We'll be discussing something in retrospect in a bid to ascertain its impact on us as a people and what key wrongs, ills, errors that we should actually pay attention to and hopefully correct. Yeah, I say hopefully because you know, it only takes us to make things happen, not just one person, not an individual. I mean, when it comes to a collective affair, it takes a collective effort to make great change, to make significant change. So, as you know, it's been a political era, as we were anticipating the 2023 elections, the presidential and national assembly elections, thereafter the gubernatorial and state assembly elections. And you know the story already. You know how it went. You know the voter apathy that the presidential elections birthed. And so the gubernatorial elections had very low voter turnout, owing to the outcome of the presidential elections. And you know that Nigeria is a very religious nation, however we want to put it, however we want to sugarcoat it. We are religious. And we see that evident in every aspect of our lives. But now that the elections are over, what next? What next? Is it better or not better for all voters to reconfigure our settings? By reconfigure our settings, I mean partisanship, tribalism, ethnicity that overshadow the elections. Partisanship, tribalism, ethnicity, and even religion. And so we saw it manifesting in different folds, through violence, through rigging of the elections, through vote buying, you know. And as you know, again, this year marks a very significant change or era in the Nigerian history having to do with elections, where we saw a massive turnout of voters. But sadly, that spirit wasn't there during the gubernatorial elections. The influencers fan the narrative of bias, according to some quarters. Bias. If we maintain our unity and the overall interest of Nigeria as our goal, if we maintain that the unity and overall interest of Nigeria is our goal, don't you think that we should be promoting what unifies us as a nation rather than division? Don't you think? Now, I want us to look at the elections, the whole ordeal from every aspect. The electorates, the candidates, the electoral umpire, the judicial system, the security operatives, everywhere. Everywhere. And like I said, spot out the errors, both from the electorates. We're not leaving anybody out. But you know, many people say that, again, Nigeria has confirmed, or INEC rather, has confirmed the popular notion that our votes don't count. But really, is that the case? Is it not still those votes that were still used the way they wanted to use it, as the case may be? But then again, it's not over yet, like I've said before, so it would be too early and unwise to make judgments already. Well, let's move on. I want to point a few things to you tonight, and then I open the phone lines for you to air your thoughts, because I've heard too much the argument concerning the elections, INEC, the candidates, and it really, really bothers me. It burdens my heart. Because, I'm always looking forward to what next. I'm always looking at the nearest future. What is attainable? What next? Okay, after this, what next? Where do we go? How have we actually decided, or rather, what has been our decisions after the elections regarding exercising your franchise, regarding the judicial system, regarding the security architecture, regarding the electoral umpire, regarding the leaders themselves? Because there are still many people who hold the notion that everyone is the same. None of them is different. They are all the same. Well, the United States seems to be deeply troubled by the disturbing acts of violent voter intimidation and suppression that took place in some parts of the country. Members of the U.S. diplomatic mission observed the elections in Lagos and elsewhere and witnessed some of these incidents firsthand. This one is not, them say, firsthand. Issues such as the use of ethnical charge rhetoric before, during, and after the gubernatorial elections in some states, I wouldn't mention any state right now, was particularly concerning. And they have commended all Nigerian political actors, religious and community leaders, youth and citizens who spoke out against such violent and inflammatory language, affirming Nigeria's commitment to and respect for the democratic process, which is again arguable, because many are of the opinion that Nigeria is constitutionally, democratically dead. Where is the dividends of democracy? We're not constitutional, we're not democratic. This is a military regime. This is that. Well, whatever the arguments are, whatever the notions are, we will all reap the fruits thereof, the impact. Just so sad that some persons tend to feel it more than others. So, let's take a view at the whole ordeal of the just concluded elections this year in Nigeria. What lessons can we learn? Now, what have you actually learned? What have you deduced and decided from it? Because when I hear certain conversations from people, I am scared. Not just even burdened. I am scared for real. And it's as though Nigerians, we don't learn. It's as though we don't actually pay attention to key incidents, to key elements, to make amends. And when I say Nigerians, I'm talking about all, both the government and the people. The electorates and the political actors themselves, everybody. Every sector that makes up the whole. So what can we really deduce from the whole ordeal? Starting from INEC's continuous assurance on the use of BVAS, their continuous assurance of their preparedness for the elections, the continuous assurance that the elections will not be rigged, the naira scarcity, the hardship, the fuel scarcity, everything. The vote buying, the violence, the partisan, ethnic and religious rivalry. We can go on and on, but I'll stop here so we can have your contributions right now. Let's hear from you. Lessons to learn. 0817-000-0951, 0817 000-0951 or 0810-951-0951, or send an SMS or WhatsApp message to 0701-933-9962. Hello, good evening. What's your name and location?
My name is Victor. Living.
Mr. Victor, you're welcome.
Thank you. This UN government, their dog who back biting. All these things.
Sorry, they're what?
Their dog who back without biting. They will just end up talking in their mouth. Nothing will happen. These people will continue doing what they know.
How are they dogs without biting? They're giving they're talking about their observations during the elections.
Yes, before the election, they said that anybody caught in violence concerning that will do violence concerning this election, their so-called election, which I know is a selection. They will sanction them not to come into UN and many of these countries. So it's not today we started hearing this thing. I'm saying that these people will end up talking without doing anything. Look at the massive violence that takes place in River State, and somebody is talking boldly how election goes smoothly and successfully.
They weren't. No, don't get it wrong. They weren't saying that the elections went smoothly. I don't know. Did you hear me say they said the elections went smoothly? I didn't say that.
I did not say that US or whatever said the election went smoothly.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying that somebody in this state is telling us that the election went smoothly and free and fair. Okay.
But you were calling the US. That's why I thought you meant the US.
You see what I'm trying to say? I say that these people will end up speaking without doing anything, putting any sanction. If they are going to put sanction, this very person in this state that is making noise, telling us that the election went smoothly and whatever, the person is supposed to be sanctioned in all these international communities. They shouldn't travel to any place. He should remain in this place and suffer whatever thing they have already put in place for people to suffer in this country. So that if it was a government that is working, people like that very man that is speaking today in this state wouldn't have been speaking. By now, him and his police counterparts and the INEC chairman, they were supposed to be in the jail by now. Because what they did was broad daylight and robbing. There was no election in this country. Mostly in this state, there was no election in this state. What we saw was a set of people who was warning people that if you cannot come and vote political party, you shouldn't come out outside, because if you come out, whatever thing you see, you take it like that. Police were warning people, even the chiefs, the so-called Royal Highness.
Mr. Victor, what lessons are you drawing from
I wish these international communities are going to do things normally, the way we planned, we expect them to do. They will have sanctioned these very people here, these people who mastermind this armed robbing in daytime that happened in this last 18th of this month. They would have been by now. Those people wouldn't have even talking again by now. So they have every right to do anything to sanction them.
All right. Got your thoughts. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening. How are you?
I'm very fine, thank you. What's your name?
Okay. Actually, we really learned a lot of things on the concluded election. Okay, as from the electorate, actually, I looked at it that we do not look at what has made up the elections or the things that we need. What am I trying to say? Yes, we actually have expectations, and our leaders have actually looked at us, and they have found out things they always look or hold on in order to do whatever or to justify whatever they want to do, because they know that there's nothing we can do. So based on that, they can do whatever they use, to use it to gain our interest, or to use it to hold us at ransom. Then looking at our leaders, my dear, I want you to know that they do not have any fear of anything, because they know that what can happen or what can we do. In a normal scenario, in a normal place, by now, there could have been protests here and there because of the particular our expectations was not being met. But it cannot happen in Nigeria because we're always hopeful. Maybe that is the will of God, or this one may be the best, or we know that something may actually come out of it. So that's actually been our own faith or our own belief. But in a normal way, it's not supposed to be. Yes, you are in this country when INEC told us was like a jingle every day. Everybody was like training every day. We have the confidence that things is going to happen in a positive way, or there will be a good leave on INEC, because the promise also was like looking at as a mirror. So we believe, even you people, you can testify what people were telling us, and we believe it. Even you people too, we believe it, that it's going to happen. But does it work like that? No. But what can happen? Nothing can happen. So coming to this our nation,
did we actually believe it, or we were just hopeful and optimistic that it'll work? Let's just see. Let's give them a try. They say it'll work. Okay, let's give them a try.
Yes, before now we have lost confidence in them, but the way they put it, we actually say that here's what the electoral law said and what they have actually said. So we look at it and said, this time around, things is going to happen in a positive way, and we believe it. So even when people are telling us, do not say your conscience, do not say a vote, this, everyone was purely ready for this. If you can see what happened on that day. So, but what am I trying to say? Coming to the judiciary, yes, how can we try to do things whereby Nigerians can say, everybody is involved? Yes. But the judiciaries have been in a way that they can do what they can remedy the situations of Nigeria. But I want to bring out a case study here. In 2016.
Sorry, we don't have much time. I would have to let you go now. Thank you. I wish we had more time to entertain more from you. But thank you very much. All right. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. What's your name?
My name is Everest. I'm calling from Cuba.
You're welcome, Everest.
Thank you. For some of us, who listen to radio, we build trust and believe in our radio station. Like personally me, I believe that what Today FM told me is the truth, and it's totally and nothing but the truth. When Today FM was telling me that our phone will be counted, I believe it because it's my station, which I trust. Even you, Gloria, if somebody asks, say it will not be counted, you sometimes call the person call off. But the same radio station telling us now that our vote was not counting, which is...
who told you that your vote was not counted? Who told you that?
Mahabasi, my vote did not count.
We didn't tell you that your vote did not count. No, don't say what we didn't say. Hello, good evening.
Mr. Zion, good evening.
You're welcome, Mr. Zion.
The threat from UK, Britain, US, whatever, all those are just blabbing. Nothing they can do. Nothing. Do they want to meddle into our affairs? Do they know that we are a federal republic? We are an independent nation.
Are we independent? Are we really independent, Mr. Zion?
We are. 1960 are documents to prove we are an independent nation.
Documentally, if there's any word like that, we are independent. But practically, are we independent?
It is your choice to be and not to be. See, let me be honest to you. These organizations or these people, they are just hypocrites. When the same politicians are stealing from Nigerian treasury, sending it to their communities to develop their nation, no problem. Mention what Britain is producing. I challenge anybody. Mention one product made in the United Kingdom. One product. I'm not talking about a cultural, traditional product. Mention. But Britain is being fed, well fed, from the resources of the Niger Delta region. And you are saying you want to sanction our leaders. Which of the leaders do you want to sanction? Who among them? Do they have the capacity? Do you have the pedigree?
All right.
Before I leave the floor, don't tell me, all right, people are there talking, are even calling so-called to our leaders, and you allow them.
No, Mr. Zion, you're not addressing the issue. Come to the issue. I'm not talking about you
legal
sanction Nigeria. I'm talking about the lessons to learn from the elections.
No, we are talking about the lessons.
Yes.
The lessons is we, the people, we failed, and we are blaming the politicians. You were here when people called your station. Oh, we heard town criers, knocking town criers, said that nobody should come and vote. The same person did not stop the town crier. He came to your studio to complain. The same person. And you see that person say Nigerian. You were here, they say, oh, they don't want us to vote. You were there and you kept quiet. You did not tell the person who asked you not to vote to go back home. You came to radio station to complain. And you say you're in
Mr.
Nigeria.
Zion, coming to the radio station to complain, isn't that good enough? Isn't that something
that is
that's
an act
a well-meaning person would do?
It's a very lazy man that would try that. If this was the kind of character those who found Nigerians were behaving, our patrons, our founding fathers, if this was how they were behaving, they would have been in Nigeria.
That the ones who actually tried to stop the menace lost their lives?
They did not, no. Those
many
are innocent people that played
many. There are the ones that lost their lives. So there is an issue of life being at stake. I mean, it will be the safest thing to do to come to the radio and report such a situation.
Gloria Kate, they will tie their wife's wrapper hide under her bed and be making those calls. I am an German from Bayelsa State. In my community,
maybe I'm not on the. When you say they, who are you talking about?
Whoever that is complaining just a childish complaint. In my community, nobody drag ballot box. Nobody can. The truth is this: if you don't have a structure in your community, you cannot speak in your compound. Is it radio you want to come and speak? I am speaking on radio because whatever I tell my community, that's what they listen to me. I'm in Port Harcourt. We are in Port Harcourt right now. If I take a decision on my street, not like that, because I've set up structures that make those living in that street here in Port Harcourt to listen and believe in me.
All right, then thank you very much, Mr. Zion. Structures, got your thoughts. Hello, good evening. What's your name and location? Lost that one. 0817 0000951 or 0810-951-0951. Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Well, before I proceed, I would like to clear something, please. My name is Chile, calling from Port Harcourt. See, people should not be coming to this station to come and muzzle you people. That is your office. Zion from Bayelsa and Gift from Bayelsa, they don't own Today FM. They are not defenders of Yes Owike.
Okay, just go ahead.
I need to clear that because most times they come on the station and lay accusations to people and lay accusations on even the presenters.
Go
that
ahead.
is totally unacceptable. Please, nobody should come and do that. Now let me go to the situation on ground. People are complaining. You are there. Everybody's saying the same thing. Even in my community, I'm telling you that tank hires came out and did the same thing everywhere in Port Harcourt. I'm telling you, I know I'm from here. I know what I'm saying. Someone who is not for River Station, who is not for should not come and be claiming what they don't know. They are not even in River Station to come and be saying what they don't know. If you are not voting for PDP, don't come out. It is clear. Now, whether the elections went well or not, that is not what we're talking about. The election must have gone wrong. Now we've learned our lessons. We have learned our lessons. We've known that these are the things that happened. So most of us, we now know what is going on. But what did we learn from it? Okay, fine. We've gone to court. A winner has emerged. We've gone to court. And we'll begin a process of healing. But somebody should not come and justify evil because it's favoring you today, because they are paying you 30,000 naira. It will end by May. They give you 30,000 naira. Go and get a good job and stop coming to radio stations, be calling and be justifying evil, because evil will follow your family. If you are a German and you're there in Bayelsa and you feel that something wrong did not happen in Bayelsa, are you also in a chair? Are you also Igbo? Are you Biafra? Are you in Faga?
So your lesson is what? Let's just go quickly.
Now we've learned now to also people calling more international community. People should call, and I'm going to vote more. The truth of the matter is, I'm not going to give up. We're still going to keep voting and to make sure we clear this menace from this society. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Hello, good evening. 0817-000-0951, 0817-340-0951, or 0810-951-0951. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Honorable Chris, you're welcome.
Chris?
You're breaking, Honorable Chris.
As they used to say, what in Sweden in. My lesson is this. Everybody in Nigeria can never be madman. That time I saw a time prior doing that thing. Maybe if my grandpapa then gone is around. So what Zion is telling me is that I should carry my father's then gone and shoot the time crier, because the time crier announced the message and left. I did not shoot the time crier. That's what makes me a weak man.
No, I think what Mr. Zion was saying there was that if there was a structure, if there was a system, a formidable system, then certain things like this wouldn't just happen and then be allowed under the carpet.
Ms. Gloria, if the management of today 95.1 FM give you any instruction that today anybody that just talk about Governor Winky, cut to that person off immediately. That's what you do. So all of us know who sent the time crier. So what are you going to do in a community
that's not what Mr. Zion was saying. Let's just get your lesson, Mr. Honorable Chris.
I've learned my lesson, sir. I started warning people, telling people to come back, that they will not give you, even if you like. If you go and play, you play it. I said it, I prophesy about it. It will to be like laying with 10 times. They will not give it to him. They judge it to be because of age.
So your lesson is what?
So to me, what the international community said, what they are doing is what they're supposed to do. And mind you, I hear when people say that the UK, Nigeria is better than
Chris,
UK.
you're not saying it. Just go. I mean, we don't have much time. You have 2 minutes, all right? When you call, 2 minutes. Once your 2 minutes is done, I am going to end the call, and I owe you no apologies for that. So do not feel bad or something when I end your call, all right? Just call me up, say what it is that is relevant to the conversation, and thank you. Just as simple as that. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
You're welcome. What's your name?
It's Ability Abby.
You're very welcome.
Okay, see, please, some people here will go to the station there and be talking.
All right. Hello, good evening. What's your name and location?
Hello, good evening.
Yeah.
Vincent calling from Bori.
You're very welcome, Vincent. Talk to us.
You asked that what have we learned from what happens on Saturday?
During all the elections that were held, presidential and state.
You know, my happiness over all of these that play out in River State is that the Ogonis have made peace within themselves. I think we have not made peace in Ogoni land. By now, Ogoni land should have been a theater of war concerning what happened on Saturday. But all of those things that play out, my happiness is that we have made peace within ourselves as a youth. If not, I don't think that anybody will just come to Ogoni land and hijack anything on our land. We know ourselves and we know how we act. But when I hear some people talking on radio, I feel bad, because when you see people that have children in their houses, people that have wives, have children, I wonder how they are going to train their children. If you see bad thing and you cannot say that this thing is bad, I wonder how you will live your life and how are they going to advise their children or their younger ones. What happened in River State, that on Saturday was total mess. Have you seen your fellow citizen is telling your own citizen that, my brother, you won't vote to allow you to vote in your own country?
So what lessons are we drawing from that?
So the lesson I am drawing from that is that it's better that we should know what is right and do what is right. We should do what is right. Allow each other to feel that we are Nigerians. We all are Nigerians. We all are River State. There is no strangers amongst us. We are all Nigerians and River State. We should treat each other the same way we treat our children.
All right, then. All right, thank you. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Honor Samuel, you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
You're far from your phone.
Yes. This is my humble opinion and views.
All right.
The lesson I learned in this previous election is that I shouldn't take people by their word. I should be adequately prepared for the worst. We lose guide based on the information that was given to us, that your vote will be transmitted and your result, everything will be transmitted.
You really call that lose guard?
Hello?
You really call that lose guard? Like we really lose guard?
Yes, because we took this, what's this INEC Sham's name? I've forgotten his name. We took his word for granted. We trusted what he told us, what he told us. So we relaxed, thinking that all things will work together for good, not knowing that he was trying to place man on the reasoning of Nigerians. So my lesson is this from Onu Samuel is this. Next time, if INEC officials in charge of the visa will not transmit my result which I voted, either I get him to upload it, or it's going nowhere, or that news, or that word should be cancelled. That is just it. And secondly, finally, before I leave, I am not a coward. I'm a Calabari man. And the worst thing I fear, it is when I do wrong. But once I am on my right, I fear no death. And I fear no man. So nobody should come to River State and insult us.
All right, thank you. Honor Samuel, hello, good evening.
Hello. Gloria, good evening.
You're welcome. What's your name?
Amaka from Shoba.
Good to have you.
Good evening. Yeah. Gloria, just one question. This election, both presidential and governorship, how you be? See? My sister, I will tell you, we do election, but we not do election. Since I was born, till this my age, this is the worst
election I witnessed in my life. It's better we dig our point, say this person is our president, say we are doing election. It's of no use. It's not like this, my sister. But for this election, you know my happiness, Gloria. My happiness is that Abia State, I'm from Imo State, Abia State, God has delivered them. There is nothing like fatalism, Abia State, as it stands now, as another new party be for that state, because it's too much. Imo State colonized Abia State. But anytime I go Abia, see what is going on, my sister, I shed tears. Nothing like improvement. Nothing. But I'm happy. Abia State, particularly, they are free from bondage. God bless you. Good night.
All right. Hello. Good evening. 0817-0000951, 0817-0000951, or 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951, 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, Kathy.
Yeah.
The thing I learned a lesson.
What's your name?
Zion. My name is Mark Uche.
Okay.
What I learned that my Zion is a stupid man.
Oh, no. I would not allow that. No. You don't do that. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
You're welcome. What's your name?
Are you hearing me? Hello?
I can hear you. What's your name?
Okay. I'm Chim. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right.
If you're asking the lesson we have learned about this thing, the election that went through, is that clear? Yes. You see, what I have learned is that there is a lot of tribalism in this country. That a section of people are not needed in this country too. The masses are not even recognized to choose their leaders in this country. That the so-called our leaders who have made it are at the helm of affairs. They keep us in abject poverty, and they want to continue to keep us like that. That is the lesson I'm thinking that I have learned in this election that has.
Why have you learned this particular lesson?
No sincerity. People can come and undo people. Cannot give people leverage to exercise their own power, as democratically.
So how has this lesson influenced you? So what
this election that went and passed?
All right, got your thoughts. Thank you very much. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Good evening. My name is calling from Vodafone.
You're welcome.
So what I got from this election simply so that
I can barely hear you.
What I learned from this election simply say that since Nigeria had been conducting the election, so they have been rigging the election. That is what I learned. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know. That came really funny. All right, let's do some messages here. This one says, good evening, GK. Singto from VH. Election in Nigeria is war, and it always favors the sitting government, especially in River State. Please, the word democracy should be deleted in Nigeria. I learned from this election that INEC is the problem we have in Nigeria. The lessons... Oh, quite an epistle here. All right. The lessons to be learned about this election is that INEC should be properly rearranged. INEC should be funded according to participation. And also, it is time to remove the attractive look of politics. The judiciary should also be cleaned and sanitized. These foreign nations that got up to say they will sanction the people responsible, it's all blabbing and noise-making. The UK was there when General Gowon took half of the funds of CBN to their nation, and they shut up. The thing is, we should stop the evil in our society by getting up to regulate our elections and judiciary as we hold leaders accountable. It's not over until God says so. Nigerians aren't quiet, and we've learned how corrupt the system is. Now it's time to correct it. People must rise to reject evil, and that we will. From Mr. Ikechi. Gloria, elections have come and gone with their selfish results. What lessons are you asking from people? Those heartless politicians, are they listening? Will they learn from these lessons? I suggest you go into another program and forget about politics. Thanks. Good day, Glo. The lesson I learned is I should not spread propaganda because we personally don't like a candidate and don't want him to win based on sentiment. Okay? And also because many people are saying something bad about someone does not make it the truth. The ways of God is not our own ways. I will only support my own and leave the others. Only God knows the winner. I am AKP rather. And you really do have a strong point here, and I think this is a missing line. This is a missing link. This is something that we really are short of. We will fall short of this. We should not spread propaganda because we personally don't like a candidate. You know, propaganda everywhere, every time. In your face. That's the only tool. And also because many people are saying something bad about someone does not make it the truth. Verify. Always check to confirm. Don't work on assumptions. Good evening, Gloria. I learned that there is difference between rigged election and won election. Abia and Rivers is a case study. Medina from PH. This one says 0817-000-0951. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Gloria.
You're welcome.
You see, people call...
What's your name?
Okay, sorry, I'm fine calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay, go ahead.
See, people call from Calabari, from your Joy, your Calabari, your this and that. That's not none of our business. You know what we're talking about? What we're talking here is Nigeria. You see? So we should just keep that aside and let's fight the common cause. And one thing I want to assure them, see this election, we have been having elections in this country.
We are what?
And we've been having elections in this country. And we've been learning from each of the elections.
Have we been learning?
But you see this particular one, we've learned a lot. And to me, the greatest lesson I learned is that giving up is never an option. So whether they like it or not, our mandate must be restored. We worked for it, we fought for it, and we must get it. Thank you.
All right. Giving up is not an option. Such a lesson. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening, Gloria.
Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Chooks.
You're welcome, Mr. Chooks.
Thank you. I don't know. People stand as if they're suffering. I know that this election, that is how it is aired. And it's unfortunate that when we try to air the some of the radio stations, they don't want you to even talk. Oh, they will say, oh, they have election. No, now. Look at it from the setting of voter card. The registration is war. Collecting the voter card is another issue. Because they know that they are not going to use it. That was why giving you, because they know giving you that thing, they know that is not what they will use. So that's why you see that attitude of...
That's not what they will use. So what would they use?
That's the seriousness of pushing this card.
Mr. Chooks, you said that's not what they will use. So what would they use?
The normal something. What they use is what they are using.
What's the normal something? What's the normal something?
The normal thing, I hijack the ballot box and I give them money, right? Result.
What are they hijacking in the ballot box? Why are they hijacking the ballot box?
Why they are hijacking the ballot box is because they want to still do the same thing they have been doing before. Because that is the only thing they know how to do. Because you see, you can't spend such amount of money. You said you have
still with the voters card, true or false?
You said what?
Still with the voters card. Can you vote without a voters card?
That's what I'm telling you now.
No, you said that they are not using the voters card now. So I'm asking how then? What are they using? You're not telling me what they are using.
Okay, they are using writing results. Somebody has to write it for you. Write something and announce. That is what they are using.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what they are.
Oh no, I'm so sorry, lost it there, Mr. Chicks. All right, let's see this. Okay, 0817-000-0951. Hello, good evening.
Hi, Gloria.
Oh my God,
you.
It's been ages. Why did you leave me now? Why did you leave me?
I didn't leave you.
I've not heard this voice for over a week. Why?
Hi, Gloria.
You're welcome.
Yes. Me, I don't know because that is why I say when we want to talk about this election that we just had, let us talk about where we were, where we voted. You know, because in Buchanan here, we had a peaceful election. We voted. 2:30 they started counting the votes, sorting out and counting, and everybody took their result from their unit. So I keep wondering, and so me lessons learned from the things I hear, that people should register in the places where they are sure they will vote. Because they are saying that they gone somewhere they didn't, they couldn't allow them to vote and all of that. I don't know. It's strange. Because here we had it peacefully. And the results were taken away to the centers for collation. So I don't know. So for me, I think that people should go to their places of comfort and register so they can vote. And allow other people to be in their own places and also do the same. That's my view. Madam Dota, thank you. Gloria.
Thank you very much, Madam Dota. Oh, sorry, lost that one. 0817-000-0951 or 0810-951-0951. In a very few minutes, we will be saying bye-bye. Hello, good evening.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, good evening.
Welcome. What's your name?
This is Ibe calling you from Milibolo.
All right, go ahead.
You see, international community, where we are there in the on the past elections that we have had in this country, or are they just coming up on this very one and be telling us that they will sanction whoever that is caught in electoral malpractice? I don't really know. You see, sometimes on election day they were here, going from one polling unit and the other, monitoring elections. After elections, they left.
So what can you learn? What can you learn?
That is what I'm saying. They have not been able to tell us. So let it not be that they are beginning to behave like our politician that will say something, I will not do it.
But is it not too early to start saying all of these? I mean, it's barely 1 week after the election.
Before you know it now, delay. It said that is saying that delay. How do they even say it?
Delay is denial. I mean, delay is not denial. No, delay is not denial.
You know, it can be so.
Delay is not delay is not denial. I mean, it's too early. I think it's way too early to start reacting this way. I mean, it's just a couple of days ago after the elections. 95.1 FM, you're my last caller for tonight. What's your name?
Okay, Gloria, this is that the king.
You're very welcome.
Yes, Gloria, this last election, I learned that the level of poverty in Nigeria, I was taking it as a lower scale, but now it's very obvious that the poverty in Nigeria has gone out of hand. Because if the youths have something to be doing, they will not have time to become town crier. You know, coming to people not to vote. Because a lot of the violence, a lot of those, like in Lagos, those thugs, macheting people are youths, and they are not doing anything. That's the leaders have weaponized youth poverty, and it's going at another level. If you come out to the street in the morning, you know, you see youths. Some of them are living in a Bet King office, or this betting whatever. That's where they are living. You know, so this now. What my own conclusion is that Nigeria is sick. And the people now came out and said, okay, let's vote and put maybe somebody else to maybe down a physician that to heal Nigeria. Then we'll take another, maybe it's like, let me say another 6 person to be able to take the affairs of Nigeria. That means Nigeria is irredeemable. Nigeria cannot work. That's my own conclusion. Nigeria is still irredeemable. It cannot work.
Irredeemable. Wow. Wow, that's a heavy one. I have to go now. My time is up. Thank you very much for joining the conversation. Well, all I can say is we all have different lessons we learn from a particular situation, and that's largely a function of where we are standing, our perspectives. However, whatever you learn, make sure that it doesn't inform your decision negatively. Make sure that you always draw something positive from every situation, even from the most disadvantageous situation. Always have a conclusion that is supportive of your growth, of your well-being, of your mental health, of your physical health, of your environment. Just maintain a positive energy. It's important you do that because that is what you communicate, and that's what eventually forms your reality. My name is Gloria Kati. This is me saying my bye-byes. It's the last edition for the week. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate every minute you've spent here. Join me tomorrow on Greenland, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. as we talk about agriculture. All right, don't go anywhere. The world news is up next. Keep the dials locked.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today. 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I am Gloria Karibi Tombri. We start with the headlines. Governor Nyesom Wike faults PDP NWC over suspension of former governor of Ekiti State, Ayo Fayose. Former governor of Ekiti State, Ayo Fayose, describes suspension from PDP as last kick of dead horse. Kaduna State government warns against civil unrest over declaration of APC's Uba Sani as winner of Saturday's election. On the foreign scene, NY prosecutor rejects Republican incursion into Donald Trump's probe. Now the details. River State Governor Nyesom Wike has faulted the National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party on the suspension of the former governor of Ekiti State, Ayo Fayose, over allegations of anti-party activities. Briefing newsmen in Port Harcourt, Governor Wike argued that the party's NWC does not have the powers to suspend Fayose. The governor also faulted the decision of the NWC to summon the governor of Benue State, Samuel Ortom, to appear before a disciplinary committee for a similar allegation of anti-party activities. Wike said the national chairman of the party, Iyorchia Ayu, is the one who should be suspended for refusing to obey the constitution of the party on zoning of political positions. He added that Ayu has failed to deliver his polling unit and political word during the just concluded general elections, alleging that Ayu has just begun the mother of all political wars.
Hear me and hear me well, or tongue will not appear before the so-called Central Committee. And let me say clearly to Ayu, this is the fight of all political wars. This is the mother of the fight of political war. We will not, you cannot cage any of us. You cannot cage any of us. Autumn will not appear before your so-called Central Committee. I Fayose will also never. You cannot suspend him. If there's any suspension, it should be you who played anti-party by refusing to obey the constitution of the party of zoning for political offices as is required. So whoever tells you can, please tell the person that it's not serious. So suspension of Fayose and other members of the party is the height of all insult, and we will not take it.
Meanwhile, former governor of Ekiti State, Ayo Fayose, has described his suspension from the People's Democratic Party by the Senator Iyocha Ayu-led National Working Committee of the party as the last kick of a dead horse. The PDP had sanctioned Fayose and several others for anti-party activities. But in a swift response through his spokesperson, Lere Olayinka, the ex-governor said Ayu and his cohorts are only entertaining themselves with the purported suspension as their latest comedy skit. According to him, in a matter of days, the inglorious tenure of Ayu as the PDP national chairman will become history and the party will enjoy a new lease of life. Fayose argues that he and others who stood by the party when Ayu and his cohorts left it to die would rescue and give it life in due course. The reaction comes after a statement by the party's National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologunagba, announcing the suspension of several party members, including ex-Senate President Pius Anyim, Professor Dennis Etovia, Islam Aliyu, for anti-party activities. The suspension takes effect from today, March 23, 2023. The Kaduna State government has warned against any civil unrest in the state following the declaration of the All Progressives Congress governorship candidate Uba Sani as the winner of the election by the Independent National Electoral Commission. The State Commissioner for Internal Security and Home Affairs, Samuel Arwan, who gave the warning in a third statement, disclosed that the government was in possession of a credible intelligence report that some politicians were about sponsoring unrest in the state. While saying that government was monitoring the situation, the commissioner warned parents against allowing their children or wards to be used for unruly acts in the state. He noted that the state would not spare any individual or group found to be behind any breakdown of law and order across the state. A spokesperson for the All Progressives Congress Presidential Campaign Council, Festus Keyamo, has petitioned the Department of State Services asking the secret police to arrest Peter Obi, the candidate of the Labour Party in the just concluded presidential election. Keyamo, currently Minister of State for Labour and Employment, asked the DSS to arrest and prosecute Obi and his running mate, Dati Ahmed, over alleged incitement and treasonable felony. In the petition addressed to the Director General, State Services, and dated March 23, the minister opined that in a post-election period such as this, there is a need to soothe frayed nerves, lower the temperature, and begin the healing process. Keyamo noted that since the declaration of the presidential election results, Obi and his running mate have been hopping from one media house to the other, making incendiary comments and claims regarding the declaration of the president-elect Bola Tinubu by the Independent National Electoral Commission. Ahead of the inauguration of the 10th National Assembly, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Judiciary, Human Rights and Legal Matters, Senator Okoyemi Bamidele, says the criteria for the emergence of the presiding and principal officers must be based on competence and experience. Bamidele specifically insisted that ethno-religious sentiments must not be allowed to influence the election and selection of the presiding and principal officers of the Red Chamber. Senator Bamidele, who is also the chairman, Southern Senators Forum, spoke to newsmen in Abuja on the need to look beyond parochial interests already being canvassed by some Nigerians and those who had shown interest in contesting for leadership positions in the forthcoming 10th National Assembly. The lawmaker also commended the 9th National Assembly, saying that it had passed many critical legislations that had begun to make a positive impact on the economy and the nation's political system, citing the Petroleum Industry Act and the Electoral Act 2022 as examples. The former senior special assistant on public affairs to ex-president Goodluck Jonathan, Doyin Akupe, has appealed his conviction by a federal high court in Abuja for money laundering. In a notice of appeal, Okupe is praying the appellate court to set aside the December 19, 2022 judgment by Justice Ijeoma Ojukwu Justice Ojukwu in the judgment convicted Okukpe on counts 34 to 59 bordering on breach of the Money Laundering Act, in which he was found to have received cash payments in excess of 5 million naira on each transaction from the Office of the National Security Advisor and Colonel Sambo Dasuki. The judgment proceeded to sentence Okukpe, who was then the Director General of the Presidential Campaign Council of the Labour Party, to 2 years imprisonment. Justice Ojukwu said the sentence of 2 years per count is to run concurrently, but in the alternative, the judge gave Okukpe the option of fine of 500,000 naira per count, totaling 13 million naira. The Osun State Governor, Senator Ademola Adeleke, and his immediate predecessor, Adigboyega Oyetola, will tomorrow know their fate in the dispute over the July 16 governorship election. The Court of Appeal in Abuja today announced that judgment in the legal battle would be handed down for the two warning parties tomorrow. The court had on March 14 reserved judgments in 3 appeals and a cross-appeal filed on the dispute over the governorship election. A 3-man panel of justices of the court led by Justice Mohammed Shuaibu, after taking the final arguments from lawyers to the parties, had announced that Adeleke and Oyetola would be informed when the judgments are ready. The substantive appeals filed by Osun State Governor Ademola Adeleke, his party, the People's Democratic Party, and the Independent National Electoral Commission, are against the January 27 judgment of the Osun State Governorship Election Tribunal, which voided Adeleke's victory at the July 16, 2022 election. The All Progressives Congress in Rivers State has insisted that the just concluded governorship and State House of Assembly elections was between the police, Independent National Electoral Commission, and the People's Democratic Party against the APC. The APC maintained that what happened in Rivers State on the 18th of March 2023 cannot qualify to be an election, rather a process in which INEC and the police helped Governor Nyesom Wike to install the governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Siminalayi Fubara, as governor. The publicity secretary of APC, Darlington Nwauju, in a media briefing also disclosed that the party has not conceded to defeat, but that it would challenge the PDP's victory in court and alleged widespread violence across the state during the polls which claimed the lives of 5 of its members in Ahoda West local government area. Nwauju, while also questioning why those who did not win the election are being celebrated, urged the governor to join those who allegedly rigged the elections to hide their faces in shame and allow Nigerians to heal.
This broadcast shows how he planned the operations and the marching order he gave against each prominent politician in Rivers State. Number 2, last Saturday election in Rivers State was between the APC and INEC, the police, and Governor Wike's PDP. There was no election in the real sense of it. INEC and the police presently worked together to install Wike's PDP candidates as winners of the election. As a party, we have repeatedly raised the alarm about how Governor Wike, using state resources that belong to Rivers people, compromised key institutions like the INEC and the police. What happened on Saturday was a systemic, institutionalized rigging.
Nwauju insisted that Governor Wike's weak and feeble attempt to distance himself from the chairman of INEC, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, failed woefully, stressing that no amount of spin can change the fact that there exists an unholy alliance between Governor Wike and the INEC chairman.
Governor Wike's weak and feeble attempts to distance himself from the chairman of INEC, Professor Mahmood Yakubu, failed woefully. No amount of spin can change the facts Nigerians know, which is that there exists an unholy alliance between Governor Wike and the INEC chairman. Governor Wike is gloating that his PDP won elections in Rivers State. But everyone knows that PDP did not win the elections in Rivers State. PDP stole the elections with the active connivance and participation of INEC and the police. they were brazenly and shamelessly allocated votes.
The House of Assembly candidate of the Boot Party for Obiakpo State Constituency 2, Frank Romeo, has narrated how he escaped death from thugs accompanied by men on police uniform in Ward 14 during the just concluded governorship and State House of Assembly candidate elections. Romeo, who spoke from where he is currently taking treatment, said armed thugs numbering over 50 in company of men on police uniform, including a known senior police officer, invaded virtually all the polling units in Obiakpo, hijacked electoral materials, and took them to a political leader in the local government. The Boot Party House of Assembly candidate for Obiakpo Constituency 2, in an interview with Today FM's Uchendu Ejo, wants the Independent National Electoral Commission to explain where ballots were sorted before collation and announcement of results. Romeo, while claiming that elections in Obiakpo are inconclusive, insisted that INEC should either declare him winner because he was in a clear lead before the ballot hijack, or cancel the process and have a rerun for the sake of justice and fairness.
This kind of election we had stories about that we have not witnessed is coming before me today in this present time. But what I want to say is that such election that has no conclusion cannot be called an election. Actually, election began. Most especially, let me take my ward, which is Ward 14, as a case study. Ward 14, Obiakpo Constituency 2, which is Eneka and Rokoko. Election began in Ward 14. But as at the middle part of the election, we saw unknown faces with white buses entering into units. And when they came to my own unit, they said they should stop the election and go over to the collation center. At the end of the day, they almost killed me to go with the ballot box, and they succeeded.
This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, Voice of the People. After the short break, I'll bring you more news, sports and foreign stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
A non-governmental organization, Yaga Africa, has called on the Independent National Electoral Commission to review the cases where legitimate concerns are being raised on the conduct and declaration of results by collation and returning officers. Yaga Africa, which is saddled with the responsibility of watching the votes, specifically wants INEC to review cases, especially instances where results declaration contravened the election legal framework of the country. The representative of Yaga Africa, Ubinao Egbogidi, who read out the position of the group in Port Harcourt, called for immediate investigation and prosecution of collation and returning officers who engaged in the manipulation of results and flagrant violation of the guidelines on results collation. Bogidi, who expressed concern over alleged denial of electorates as well as observers' access to voting and monitoring, stressed the need for a comprehensive audit of the 2023 general elections in order to rekindle public confidence and ensure accountability for operational lapses.
Because in states like Rivers, unruly party agents interfered with the collation process. They more or less hijacked the entire election results management process. In some wards and LGAs in Rivers State, for instance, accredited Yaga Africa observers were denied access to observe the process. Hence, it is imperative that INEC should, in line with Section 64 of the 2022 Electoral Act, review cases where legitimate concerns have been raised on the conduct and declaration made by collation and returning officers, especially instances where results declaration contravened the election legal framework of the country. We also call for an immediate investigation and prosecution of collation and returning officers who engaged in results manipulation and flagrant violations of the guidelines on results collation.
Is Samuel Kini Kankwo Nyegwa of Rumaholo community in Obiakpo local government area of River State has commended Governor Nyesom Wike for his infrastructural development in the area. Kini Kanwo Nyegwa particularly mentioned the rehabilitation of community secondary school and roads being reconstructed under the current administration. The Rumaolu traditional leader also commended the chairman of Ikwere Local Government Council for his intervention in a land tussle that has lingered for so long, saying that the intervention has restored peace between Alu, Rumukini, Rumusi and Rumaholu communities. He encouraged the incoming governor to learn from the administration of Governor Nyesom Wike in promoting peace, infrastructural development, and respect for the rule of law.
Soon as he is coming to commission the school, His Excellency too have heard about it. He now encouraged the Ikwere local government to make sure he puts peace among us with our people and the woman from Rumeki. And indeed, the chairman of Ikwere local government did so marvelous by putting peace, by advising Rumaholo, Allah, being in Bodo and Rumeki. And he kept to it, monitoring and so on. And at last, peace has come to reign among the three communities, Rumaholo, Mbodalo, and Rumeki.
The Petroleum Product Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria has congratulated the River State Secretary of Petron, Ejike Jonathan Nabuihe, as he turns 48 years. Jonathan Nabuihe was celebrated today by members of Petron as well as members of the Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria. Speaking at his birthday celebration, Jonathan Nabuihe expressed gratitude to God for life and his accomplishments at 48, especially looking back at his contemporaries.
Wow, today is a celebration of life. A lot of people died even in their mother's womb. A lot of people were flushed out, but God gave me the grace to be in the land of the living. So it's a thing worth celebrating. Wow, I was telling someone that birthday is not only a day of sober reflection, but it's also a day that we'll look at, count our blessings, name them one by one, bearing in mind what God has done for us is numerous. I can't count it. My family being in the land of the living is a thing of joy. Yesterday I was 47. Today I'm 48. It's the grace of God. It's not by might. It's not by strength, but the grace of God. I will tell you that I have achieved not almost all the good, but to a large extent, God has been grateful to me.
Some petroleum marketers, including the acting chairman of IPMAN in River State, Waneko Dominic, described Jonathan Nabuihe as a jolly good fellow, a focused, intelligent, and a great colleague in the petroleum downstream sector.
He's a friend we know so much in our industry. When I say industry, the oil and gas industry downstream, particularly IPMAN. As I speak, I'm currently the acting chairman of IPMAN, and I will tell you, I know my member, which he is one of them. It's been a very serious-minded individual, a very good, jolly fellow, a responsive man.
Wow, it's a wonderful day for my bosom friend, turn brother, Maze Ejike, our secretary for Petron, Port Harcourt unit. He's a wonderful person, and I wish him more good years.
On the foreign scene, the Manhattan District Attorney overseeing an investigation that could lead to criminal charges against former United States President Donald Trump has rejected Republican lawmakers' attacks on the inquiry, accusing them of an unlawful incursion into his jurisdiction. Alvin Bragg's office sent a response to a letter from key Republicans in the U.S. Congress demanding he testify about what they called a politically motivated prosecutorial decision. Bragg's office is investigating claims that Trump authorized a hush money payment to adult film star Stormy Daniels ahead of the 2016 presidential election, and the case garnered renewed attention after the former president said he expected to be arrested. In their letter this week, Republican legislators in the House of Representatives also requested documents relating to the investigation. Bragg's office also dismissed the accusation that the Trump investigation is politically motivated, stressing that Congress is not the right venue to address any issues with a local prosecution. Bragg, an elected Democrat, has become a target of Trump and his allies since his office empaneled the grand jury to determine whether to bring criminal charges against the former president. A federal judge has sentenced the Capitol realtor who led a mob to the office of U.S. Representative Nancy Pelosi to 3 years in prison. Riley Williams, who was convicted on 6 counts in November relating to storming the Capitol, was remanded after her sentence was handed down. Williams was convicted on 2 felony charges bordering on interfering with law enforcement officers during a civil disorder and resisting or impeding law enforcement officers. She was also found guilty on 4 misdemeanor offenses, according to court documents. Williams was seen on a video directing crowds up a staircase to Pelosi's office. The jury remained deadlocked on whether or not to charge Williams for aiding and abetting the theft at Pelosi's office. In sports, UEFA has opened an investigation into the Negreira referee payment scandal in what would be more trouble for Barcelona. The La Liga giants made payments totaling 7.3 million euros to a former vice president of the referees committee, Jose Maria Enrique Negreira, between 2001 and 2018. Barca has been officially charged with corruption, but it has now been confirmed that UEFA will be getting involved in the case. Barcelona insists it has nothing. Barcelona insists it has not done anything illegal, nor has it earned favor from referees because of the payments made to Negreira. That's it on the world news at this hour on Today 95.1 FM. So in the news, here's a summary of the major stories. Governor Nyesom Wike has faulted the PDP NWC over its suspension of former governor of Ekiti State and Fayoshe. The former governor of Ekiti State, Ayo Fayoshe, has described his suspension from the PDP as the last kick of a dead horse. We're told is that the Kaduna state government has warned against any civil unrest over the declaration of APC's Uba Sani as winner of Saturday's election. And on the foreign scene, you also heard that NY prosecutor has rejected Republican incursion into Donald Trump's probe. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850. Or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Gloria Karibi-Tombre. Good evening, many thanks for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues, today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
This is Today 95.1 FM. To copy this tune, press 9.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
For current news and information, press 5.
They are politicians, all of them. They know what they do.
So they know how they attack each other.
To stay connected all day, press 1.
The person who raised the name is the one who made the public know about.
Good afternoon and welcome to the World News on your premium talk radio station.
We are your premium talk radio station. Today 95.1 FM. The station with a unique dial.
BBC World Service, I'm Audrey Brown in London with Focus on Africa. We'll hear how the Nigerian Senator Ike Ekweremadu and his wife Beatrice fell foul of modern slavery laws here in the UK. Ethiopia appoints a new interim leader, Getachew Reda, for Tigray. Also, an interview with Olivier Dubois was recently released from captivity in Mali.
I wasn't beaten and I wasn't humiliated by them. There were some difficult moments, tension sometimes. So I do sport. I ask them to read the Quran. I did cooking. The goal was always to be busy.
And Dani Shatlada in sport, Ghana and Zambia resume their Nations Cup qualifiers with new coaches at the helm. We look ahead to today's games.
That's all on the BBC. Tonight in Focus. First the news.
Hello, I'm Debbie Russ with the BBC News. The CEO of TikTok is making a vigorous defense of the video-sharing app to a US congressional committee. Shouzi Chou's appearance before the House Energy and Commerce Committee comes as pressure mounts for an outright ban on the Chinese-owned app because of national security concerns. Mr. Chou said TikTok had never shared data with the Chinese authorities.
ByteDance is not owned or controlled by the Chinese government. It's a private company. 60% of the company is owned by global institutional investors. 20% is owned by the founder, and 20% owned by employees around the world. ByteDance has 5 board members. 3 of them are American. The bottom line is this: American data stored on American soil by an American company, overseen by American personnel.
A senator from Nigeria and his wife have been found guilty of trafficking a man to Britain to harvest a kidney. Ike Ekweremadu and his wife Beatrice plan to give it to their daughter Sonia, who has kidney disease. The prosecution said the victim, a 21-year-old street trader from Lagos, was offered $8,000 and promised a better life in Britain. Tom Simons has more details.
The arrest at Heathrow Airport of Ike Ekweremadu, a senior politician in Nigeria, for organ trafficking, made headlines around the world. The potential transplant at the private wing of the Royal Free Hospital was only halted when doctors met the donor and became concerned he did not seem aware of what was going on. The jury convicted Ekweremadu, his wife Beatrice, and Abita of exploitation under modern slavery laws, but found their daughter Sonia not guilty. The defendants will be sentenced on the 5th of May. Police investigations continue.
Israelis are holding demonstrations across the country in the latest mass protest against moves by the government to overhaul the judicial system. Earlier, the Israeli parliament ratified a law that would make it more difficult for courts to remove a prime minister deemed unfit for office. Israel's former prime minister, Ehud Barak, said this was the most severe crisis Israel had seen since it was founded.
This is an attempt to crash the independence of the judicial system and to push Israel out of the family of democracies. It becomes so intensive that everyone, all the leading groups, basically all the elites in Israel, any field of life, stand firm and say no.
India's main opposition Congress party says its senior leader, Rahul Gandhi, is being targeted by the government for exposing what it called their dark deeds. The comments came after a court in Western India sentenced Mr. Gandhi to 2 years in prison in a criminal defamation case. He was convicted for remarks about Prime Minister Narendra Modi's surname during an election rally. Mr. Gandhi has been granted bail and can appeal. BBC News. Russian rescue services say a fire has broken out at the Yaroslav engine plant northeast of Moscow. The plant is the biggest manufacturer of military vehicle engines and gearboxes. The fire reportedly broke out in a 3-story administrative building. 7 people were rescued. No casualties have been reported. Cities and towns across France are seeing further large-scale demonstrations against a new law by President Emmanuel Macron's government to raise the retirement age. Most are peaceful, but there have been clashes in some cities. Tensions are running high after the government forced through the changes without MPs getting a vote last week. On Wednesday, Mr. Macron defended the changes as necessary. The opposition politician Jean-Luc Mélenchon said the president's actions had further fired up the protests.
Monsieur Macron,
Mr. Macron, by adding fuel to the fire, he is exposing himself to 2 possible reactions. Either people get scared, and that doesn't seem to be the case, or on the contrary, they're doubling down on the struggle. So, in a way, we can say that Mr. Macron is an encouragement to fight.
European football's governing body, UEFA, has launched an investigation into allegations that Barcelona made corrupt payments to a former vice president of Spain's refereeing committee. Prosecutors in Spain allege the club paid $9 million to José María Enríquez Negreira and his company over a number of years in return for favourable refereeing decisions. Barcelona and Mr. Enríquez Negreira deny any wrongdoing. China's Ministry of Education says the number of kindergartens in the country has dropped for the first time in 15 years. More than 5,000 closed their doors last year. China's birth rate dropped to its lowest level on record last year. Young couples are often choosing not to have more than one child, despite a range of financial incentives. BBC News.
This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. I'm Audrey Brown. The Nigerian Senator Ike Ekweremadu and his wife have been found guilty of organ trafficking. The couple and a doctor who was also found guilty were on trial for conspiring to bring a young man from Nigeria to the UK to harvest his kidney. The three are the first people to be convicted for organ trafficking under Britain's Modern Slavery Act. Tom Simmons is the BBC's Home Affairs correspondent.
Ike Ekweremadu is extremely well known in Nigeria. He's a senior senator, and his wife Beatrice is also pretty well known. She's been talked about in the newspapers in glowing terms in Nigeria. Perhaps less well known is somebody we're calling the middleman in this case, Dr. Obinna Abeta, a Nigerian doctor who was brought in by Ike Ekweremadu to find a donor for Ekweremadu's sick daughter, Sonia. Sonia's in her 20s. She has a serious kidney disease. She has to have dialysis at least twice a week. And there was obviously a great desire on the part of her parents to try and ease her suffering. And the allegation was, proven today in court, the jury convicted these defendants, that they found a young donor, 21 years old, in a Lagos street market where he was trading mobile phone parts, brought him to the UK without saying it was to become involved in an organ transplant, offering him a better life in the UK, and that was a breach of Britain's modern slavery laws, exploiting this young man to try to make this donation happen.
So this is quite a significant verdict, right? It's the first of its kind under the Modern Slavery Act.
Yes, significant, I think, and rare. The Modern Slavery Act was brought in 6 or 7 years ago in the UK to try to tighten up the law when people are exploited in what actually is a power relationship. So Ike Ekweremadu is an international person, somebody with connections all over the world, with homes in various countries. The victim in this case, who we can't name for legal reasons in the UK, is a very poor market trader from a poor part of southern Nigeria. He grew up in a house without running water and electricity. So that difference in power, the relationship between the two, one at the top of Nigerian society, the other at the bottom, was what made this exploitation. And actually legally, even if the potential donor had agreed to come here to give his organ, it would still have been a form of exploitation.
Do we know how he is following this operation?
I spoke to his lawyer in Nigeria a couple of days ago, and nobody else, as far as I'm aware, is in contact with him. The lawyer said that this young man was really coming to terms with how his life had changed. He remains in Britain. I understand he's in the care of a charity that deals with victims of trafficking and modern slavery. And no doubt he will try to really create a life for himself in London, because he gave evidence at this court. He made clear that he was trying to better himself in his life. He was trying to make some money when in Lagos. He wanted to come to the UK to find a job to work. And his case all along was that he had no idea that he was being involved in an organ transplant scenario until the moment he was sat with some senior doctors at the Royal Free London, a prestigious London hospital. When they realised why he was there, they said to him, did he know that he was going to be involved in a transplant? He seemed to not know anything about it, and thankfully they called a halt to the process. But it has to be said that a previous transplant, also involving a young Nigerian donor, did go ahead at the Royal Free, and the recipient of the kidney in that situation, in that process, was Dr. Obinna Abeta, the defendant in this case. So there is a continuing police investigation into all of this.
And what about his daughter, who was the recipient of the kidney in this case? Was she charged as well?
She was charged. She was charged as part of the conspiracy to exploit the young man from Lagos, but the jury found her not guilty. Sonia Ekweremadu clearly has some major issues to deal with. The court only sat half a day on Tuesdays and Thursdays because she needed dialysis, and clearly she still needs an organ transplant, a donor to be found. But of course now she's confronted with a situation where both of her parents are likely to face potential prison sentences. She was outside court, deeply upset, in tears, and that is of course a major change in her life and something that will be very hard to come to terms with alongside her medical condition.
What are the maximum jail terms for this kind of crime?
I understand potentially this can attract a life sentence. I think it is unlikely in this case. Life sentences in the UK are generally reserved for murder. But it's interesting, the prosecutors in London decided to go ahead with modern slavery charges instead of charges under something called the Human Tissue Act, which is the law which surrounds organ transplants, because in that case, a Human Tissue Act offence has a maximum sentence of 3 years, and therefore modern slavery has a much bigger, greater potential sentence, which is why the police and the prosecutors decided to go ahead with it.
And that's Tom Simmons, the BBC's World Affairs correspondent, Home Affairs correspondent. Let's go live to Abuja now to hear how people in Nigeria are reacting to how this Senator, Ike Ekweremadu, founder of an anti-poverty charity who helped draw up Nigeria's laws against organ trafficking, found himself on the wrong end of the very laws he helped to introduce. Chris Ewoko is our correspondent, and he's on the line now from Abuja. So, Chris, this was a highly respected politician in Nigeria. What can you tell us more about him, about how he's regarded in Nigeria?
Well, Senator Ike Ekweremadu is a highly respected Nigerian politician from the southeast region of Nigeria who had served as a member of the Nigerian parliament for about 20 years. He is very wealthy and has served as a deputy president of the Nigerian Senate. He is therefore a very well-known figure in Nigeria who rose from playing politics at the grassroots to the national level, and also contributed to the formulation of several laws in Nigeria, including the law on organ trafficking, which made it a punishable offense by the National Trafficking in Persons Prohibition, Enforcement and Administrative Act, even though enforcement has been a major challenge here in Nigeria.
So I believe his wife also had a high profile, but what sort of reaction has there been from politicians in the media, social media, ordinary people in Nigeria?
Well, the news has been greeted with varied reactions across the country, mainly from the ordinary people here. It's also trending on social media, while the traditional media had to interrupt the programs to break it. Here are the reactions I got from some Nigerians on the development.
Honestly, the case and issue of Ike Ekweremadu, his wife and daughter, and the organ trafficking plot, it's so sad. It shows that the judicial system in the UK is good and advanced, better than what we have in Nigeria. But it also opens up the issue of how far parents can go for their children, especially African parents.
I'm not sure that if this case have taken place within Nigerian jurisdiction completely, this would have been the result. This is because the well-to-do people in the society have a way of always getting away with some of their atrocities. And again, I also want to say that today is a good day for some of us who are also from not well-to-do families. Because when you are poor in Nigeria, it does appear as if anything can happen to you at any point in time and nobody will raise an eyebrow. But this case, luckily, it was tried in a faraway UK. And this is the outcome of the case. So to me, I think that justice have come to the poor, the oppressed, and the marginalized people in Nigeria.
Those are very interesting insights there from two Nigerian voices. Chris, how big an issue is organ trafficking in Nigeria?
Well, the issue of organ trafficking or buying or selling is a big one in Nigeria. But in 2015, the Nigerian government passed into law the Trafficking in Person Prohibition, Enforcement and Administrative Act, which deals on the issue of human trafficking. Although currently organ purchase, sales, and probably forceful harvest of organs are not allowed in Nigeria legally. However, there are syndicates involved in connecting families to those willing to donate one of their organs, especially kidneys. And it's a thriving business secretly, probably because there seems to be no enforcement of medical ethics. But, people are said to be willing to donate their organs in exchange for huge payment, and this is done secretly. The more reason syndicates are involved, and it's not an open business or deal in Nigeria.
Thank you very much. That's Chris Ewoko there talking to us from Nigeria. And if you have a view on that story or any other here on the program, please share it. +44 778 620 50 75 is our WhatsApp number. This is Focus on Africa on the BBC World Service. It's coming up to 15:16 Greenwich Mean Time, and Victor Silva has the roundup.
Thanks, Audrey. Mozambique's President Filipe Nyusi has expressed regret at police action against youths at the funeral of popular rapper Azagaya. Reports say the police fired live rounds of tear gas and rubber bullets and engaged in physical confrontation with the mourners, even though they had been given clearance by the Maputo authorities. The president called for a thorough investigation.
Face aos acontecimentos da capital do país, Maputo, orientamos...
Regarding recent events between youths and the police in the capital, Maputo, I would want a proper investigation into how the police engaged in a physical confrontation with the youths. We regret what happened and will take the necessary measures to prevent such a situation happening again. I appeal to the Mozambican police and all citizens to avoid confrontations and to use dialogue to overcome differences.
8 new confirmed cases of Marburg disease has been reported in Equatorial Guinea, bringing the total number to 9. The World Health Organization says there is wide transmission of the virus, as areas reporting cases are about 150 kilometers apart. The BBC's Rhoda Ojambo reports from Nairobi.
The new cases were reported from areas bordering Cameroon and Gabon, where 20 suspected cases and 20 deaths have been detected. The deaths reported in February, when the outbreak was declared, were linked to a funeral ceremony, with 4 of the victims coming from the same family. The deadly virus has no vaccine or treatment. Those diagnosed with it are given plenty of water intravenously as doctors treat the patient's specific symptoms.
A court in Kenya's capital, Nairobi, has barred Meta, Facebook's parent company, from laying off its content moderators pending determination of a lawsuit that is challenging their planned dismissal. The Labour Court also barred Meta and its outsourcing firm, Sama, from hiring other moderators to replace the sacked ones. The lawsuit was filed by 43 Facebook moderators in Kenya, hired by Sama on behalf of Meta. They allege that the redundancy exercise being undertaken was unlawful.
Thank you, Victor. And that was the roundup. And now the sports headlines. Nishat Lada is here.
Hi, Audrey. Africa Cup of Nations qualifiers dominate today with 6 fixtures. Ghana face Group E rivals Angola in Kumasi in their third group game, with former Tottenham defender Chris Hughton in charge of the Black Stars for the first time. It's expected to be an emotional day for players and fans alike following the death of Christian Atsu. And in Andola, former Chelsea manager Avram Grant takes charge of Zambia in a competitive match for the first time when they host Lesotho. Both those games are 16 GMT kickoffs. In Ghana's group, it has just finished. Madagascar 0, Central African Republic 3. CAR now level on points with both Ghana and Angola. Later, Congo face South Sudan in Brazzaville, Gabon take on Sudan, and Algeria will play Niger. Elsewhere, Egyptian giant Zamalek have parted ways with coach Jesualdo Ferreira by mutual consent. And there's been a thrilling end to the second one-day international in Harare, where Zimbabwe's cricketers have just beaten the Netherlands by 1 run to level the series. Audrey.
Thank you very much, Nishat Ladau. Now, the peace process in Ethiopia appears to be continuing apace. Yesterday, Parliament voted to remove the TPLF, which had waged a brutal war with federal forces for more than 2 years, from a terror list. Today, Abiy Ahmed appointed Getachew Reda, who led the Tigray negotiating team at the peace talks in Pretoria, as head of the Tigray interim government. Mr. Getachew was the spokesperson for the TPLF during the war and had the unenviable task of informing Tigrayans of the terms of that deal, which didn't favor the organization much. So will he be accepted as leader, albeit interim, by Tigrayans? Kjetil Tronfol is Professor of Peace and Conflict Studies at Oslo New University College in Norway.
He was the chief negotiator in the delegation sent to Pretoria, where the succession hostilities agreement were signed. The first nominee by the Tigrayan authorities were Dr. Debretsion Gebremichael, the current president of Tigray and the chairman of the party. He was rejected by Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed as a not suitable candidate to take the chair of the presidency in the interim regional government. Then the TPLF party nominated Getachew as the runner-up, so to say, and Abiy Ahmed accepted him and endorsed him and appointed him yesterday then as the president of the interim government of Tigray. Getachew comes from the new generations of leaders in the party. He is not the guerrilla generation as the Debretsion and the old-timers represent. He didn't fight in the long-term struggle for Tigray, which led to a change of government in 1991. He is rather young. He's well-educated, has a law degree from the US, and he is also the same batch as Abiy Ahmed in the old EPRDF party. They know each other very well. They are friends and comrades in the party for many, many years.
Tell me this, Mr. Debretsion and the TPLF, how would that have gone down that their first choice was rejected?
I think it has ruffled some feathers in Mekele, to say it at least, certainly so. But the TPLF entered into the secession hostilities with a weak hand, so to say. It was more or less an agreement of capitulation. So it is the authority of the federal government, of Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed himself, to appoint the new leader of Tigray.
So how popular is Getachew in Tigray? Will people accept this?
I think Getachew has a broad popularity in Tigray, certainly so because of his appearance and work during the war. He was the public face of the war, so to say. He was the spokesperson of the Tigray Defense Forces and the regional government during the war. He is very well known, much more known, you can say, than Debretsion, which is much more a secluded character who doesn't appear quite often in public space. Getachew speaks very well to the young generations of Tigrayans. He speaks very well to the TDF, to Tigrayan Defense Forces, as they are staffed by the young generations. He is online in various social platforms, well-educated, well-articulated. So I think for the broad basis of Tigray, yes, he is well-respected.
But I'm wondering, he was the face of the war. Is he not also the face of the capitulation?
Yes, of course, since he was the main signatory on the side of Tigray. He was, but that was a forced hand. He was the designated point by the Tigrayan side to the negotiations, and it is believed he did the best he could, but the cards were already dealt when he went to Pretoria, you can say.
Kjetil Tronvoll, Professor of Peace and Conflict Studies at the Oslo New University College in Norway. Now, this story could be described as a triumph of the human spirit over tremendous adversity. 40-year-old French journalist Olivier Dubois began working as a freelance journalist in Mali in 2015. He himself, though, announced his abduction in a video posted on social media in May 2021, saying he had been kidnapped in Gao by Al-Qaeda-linked jihadists. This past Monday, he arrived at an airport in Niger, a free man, together with the American Jeffrey Woodke, who had served as a missionary in Niger for more than 30 years. He had been seized in 2016. The first we heard of Olivia here on Focus on Africa was when his wife told us that they could hear the program in captivity. He told Veronique Edwards what it felt like to be free again.
Yeah, happy to be free, happy to be with my family, and happy finally to be back in my life. Yeah, I'm really happy now. It was a rush of emotions, a rush of feeling when I met my family, and this rush now goes down little by little, and I realize I'm not captive anymore. Slowly but surely, I think I will recover. I will recover.
So when did you know that you were going to be released?
It was a big surprise for me. On the last 7th of March, 3 Mujahideen came, and one of them told me, I knew I will be released. 3 Mujahideen came and told me, in 15 days, you will be released. It was true.
Who were these Mujahideens who came to tell you you'll be released?
I don't know exactly who they are, but they've got a message, an audio document for me, and it was one of their chief, and this chief told me, yeah, in 50 days you will be out. And after 1 week, on the 16th, came. They just told me, okay, take a little bottle with you, a little bag, and we go.
And that was it?
3 days after. Yeah, and 3 days after a long process, I was in Niger, in the French side, in the French security side, if I can say that like that.
When you were traveling now to the French side, were you sure that you'll be able to make it? Were you worried that at one point they may take you back?
It's a good question, Veronique, because I met the last 2 days of this waiting until the release, Jeffrey Woodkey, an American citizen. I was confident about the release, but not him. After 6 years, he worried a lot about the release, because many times they came to him and said, okay, in 1 month you will go, in 2 months you will go, during this long 6 years, and it never happened. So he put me a bit worried too.
You are now finally released. Were you given any conditions for your release?
I don't know the condition, but there are always conditions for release of a hostage, and especially a French hostage, because they consider they are in a war against French. So I don't know if it's money, I don't know if it's prisoner exchange occurred, I don't know.
So who were the people who finally brought you out? Was it the French or the Americans or the jihadists just decided to let you go?
The schedule process, you take a car, so this car bring you, with the Mujahideen, you take a first car. This first car bring you to a second car. Jeffrey and me go to this car, and fastly we go to a point where there are two French military who wait for us. The car let us there, and it was finished. You know, you are released at this moment. So the French came to help us, and after a French plane came to bring us in Niamey.
So when you arrived in Niamey, you knew you were free?
Yeah, I recognized the uniform and the language, of course, and it was a freedom.
And you said the first time you heard your wife's voice on the radio, what was that like for you?
Wow. It was incredible. It was incredible for me to hear his voice, because it was by, I didn't know. I just put my radio, I set my radio and Focus on Africa, 506. And it was so great to hear my wife's name, Deborah Amasri, by Audrey Brown, the radio host that day. And to hear from my wife, from my world, from my family. So you have to know, as an hostage, BBC World Service, Focus on Africa, is a regular show we listen. My partner, Rep Jacobus van Deventer, listens this show every day, the 2 editions. So it's important. It's important. It's an importance.
What about the friend you left behind when you were released?
Yeah, his name is Gert Jacobus van Deventer. He's a South African citizen. He was kidnapped in Mali by mafious militias and sold to the jihadists in Mali, north part of Mali. He's in captivity since 6 years now. He doesn't deserve what happened. He needs help. I want to help him, and I will do what I can do for him, for organize, for lead something, for do something, for lead to his release. And I'd like, Veronique, if you can, if BBC World Service can, if Focus on Africa can, permit his family to send him message. It's helpful. It's so, how to say that? It's so helpful in this type of situation. It's so important.
Olivier Dubois speaking as a free man here on Focus.
Did you know that there are over 8 million listeners connected to our frequency, covering 6 states across 2 geopolitical zones? Take advantage of our reach and advertise your products, services, events, and businesses on Today 95.1 FM.